How about now? Is there audio now?
And this is why it's good there was no script. See, we
Yeah.
derailed you prematurely just
Yeah,
to fix
see,
it, and you're good.
I was so
We
fucking
got
flustered,
it.
man. So fucking flustered. Um, yeah. So let's just, because this isn't probably going to end the traditional way of, hi everybody, this is who we were, and this is where you can find us at, and blah 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 blah. Let's kind of just get that all out of the way now. Does it sound good? I don't know if you guys actually had the stream open, but there's an order on the stream here that we're going to be following tonight. So it'll be clockwise, starting from Jacky, Hannah,
Okay.
Virus, then Arlie. That'll be our clockwise order.
Make
But let's go ahead and start that clockwise. Just tell everybody who you is, where you can find you at, and if you got anything going on right now, so they can go follow you.
All right, so I'll lead off. Hi, everybody. I'm Jacky. You can find me on Twitter at DeathByMage. I do a lot of game design stuff. I am apparently right now a triple any nominated RPG creator. You can find me under the categories of Best Adventure for Book of Season Solstice, and you can also find me for Best Electronic Book for Uncaged Volume 3, and you can also find me, I think, for RPG I can't remember the category at the top of my head right now, but you can also find me for. I actually also did a lesson plan for world building on the RPG Writer Workshop by Scribble Mind. So you can find. So if you want to support any of those wonderful things, you can definitely do that. You can and vote for us on the Any Awards. And I also am the project lead for the Unbreakable Anthology, which is a Pan-Asian inspired D&D anthology series written by Asian creators and illustrated by Asian artists.
Well,
Is
shit.
that enough?
Moving along to me, you can find me on Twitter. My name's Hannah. You can find me on Twitter at Stop That Old Woman. I write shit occasionally. I'm a co-author on Rime of the Frost Maiden that's due out later this year, but that's it. So I don't have nearly any of Jacky's credentials. Jacky's a badass. I'm just a weirdo. Next.
Hi, Virus. You can find me on Twitter at Virus the Bard. I'm very quiet for the most part and just retweet a bunch of stuff. And you can also catch me next Sunday on my Twitch channel to finish off the last episode of a mini campaign that we were doing with Hannah there and Arlie. And that's twitch.tv/Virus the Mad Bard. Yeah, that's about it.
Yeah, I have probably some of the least credentials out of everyone here. So hey,
Am I very quiet?
Should I be this
I'm
close?
Should you be this close? Man, should I actually go with my proper voice or the hey folks? Totally horrible. Anyways, I'll figure that out. I'm Arlyeon. I'm a nerd who just sort of loves indie things, both in the form of indie TTRPGs, as I am part of a currently on a long hiatus Shadow of the Demon Lord campaign with Virus, as well as some other friends. I also do a lot of coverage of indie video games. Namely, it's over at www.youtube.com/c/crithit. I do interviews with indie devs. There's actually been some notable ones with Salsam Sanctuary and the Dead Cells team, and I'm currently trying to plot one out with Ministry of Broadcast because I found it has some really interesting inspiration, like the Stanford Prison Experiment. It's always good to have in your video game. And also I do indie reviews and sort of come from a background of QAing a bunch of video games, sort of what I bring to the table. Other than that, I haven't really done too much in the realm of RPG things, like the inestimably talented DeathByMage there. Other than I have published a singular expansion for Shadow of the Demon Lord in the form of Tapping the Pulse of Power, because blood magic was really sadly underwhelming in that game and I had to fix it. And I did. You agree? You saw that? Okay, it's good. It's good. Anyways, yeah, that's about it. I think that's all. Did I forget anything? There's also my twitch.tv/Arlyeon, but yeah, that's it. Yeah. Moving on. Hey, save.
I don't do anything anymore. I write stuff now. So over on itch.io, I have echoes, and that's about it. So I am writing something
My
right
door
now,
just
so.
knocked. I need a second.
Can I have a quick question? Is it really? You say the dot? Because I guess in my mind, I've always been
I say
like Ichio.
Ichio.
Okay, Ichio.
One
Okay,
sec.
just
Mhm.
making sure I'm not just brain dead or anything.
So Arlie's door knocked by itself, so that would be frightening.
Well, I
Really
mean, to be fair,
frightening, it's
doors
okay.
are always the best mimics.
They are.
Precursor to death.
Yeah, we're just getting ready to jump right into character creation, so I guess we're gonna have to hold on
Let's
for a
do it!
second.
Oh shit,
We
Harley.
can start
Yeah.
breaking down, probably. Maybe.
Do we have to do it collectively?
Yeah, this one we
Yeah,
kind of
It does,
do.
yeah.
Yeah. Everybody's got to be a part of this, so. So somebody tell an interesting story or something. I don't fucking know.
So, Virus, how are you going to kill us next week?
That's a very, very important question that I can't
Uh-huh.
tell you.
Damn. You're making me wait like 2 weeks to die in your game.
I know!
Virus.
It's not my fault.
I just got given birthday bread
Okay.
by like
You just said
by...
I just
Birthday
gave
bread.
birth, and I was like, what?
What?
Yeah,
No,
birthday
no,
bread.
birthday bread, like
Aw.
freshly
Birth the
baked
bread.
and given to me by like my brother
Someone
and
births
his
the
kid.
bread. It's okay.
It's my birthday.
I mean,
Yes, my girlfriend definitely put this bun in my oven.
I mean, whatever floats your boat there. Arlen.
God. I'm so ready to start character creation.
Let's do it.
Have you guys?
Deadly.
Did you guys read any of the stuff I sent you, or do you just went full bore? I'm not going to read it. We're just gonna.
Like that, man. Let's just go.
I did. I mean, I read it, but I also have the PDF, so I mean.
Okay. Right now, we're going to define our character's traits. And the first trait we're going to define is our virtue. In this case, you want to think of a virtue that something you'd aspire to, or something that you might look up to in somebody. Something that would probably help more often than it would harm.
Do we write this on our card?
Mhm.
Okay, I'm just double checking.
You don't have to just yet, actually, because you're not going to write your own virtue.
No.
You're going to write the virtue for the person on your left, currently on the overlay. So, Hannah, you're going to write one for Jacky.
Okay.
Virus, you're going to write one for Hannah. Arlie, you're going to write one for Virus. And Jacky, you're going to write one for Arlie.
I'm just gonna send the one that I wrote to you.
We're doing this
and-
in. Oh, we're privately doing this. Oh,
Yeah.
Yeah.
You don't have
Okay.
to. You don't have to privately do this one per se,
I mean, I'm doing it anyway. It's just
I was
'cause
gonna
it's
do
funny.
it.
because
Yeah.
we're gonna talk about them before we get started. So, at least these ones we will.
The like most death flaggiest of good virtues.
Florida man is not a virtue. Just so we
I
know.
read.
Just remember that part.
I was gonna say curiosity is not a virtue. Maybe, but I don't think so here.
And when you all
I'm
have
actually
your-
slightly terrified for what Arlie's going to give me.
So go ahead and let them two people know what their virtues are going to be for the game, please.
I think we've done this.
Yep.
You guys
Privately.
got it?
Yep. I got mine.
I do
We're
not
in.
have mine yet.
Okay. Oh no. So the one I'm giving it's to the person on my left or to...
You're sending it to Virus,
Yeah. Hey virus, buddy.
It's a virtue.
Oh
And
no.
pal.
Oh, no.
which
Oh,
is not
no.
sexually transmitted. It's a virtue.
Oh no, it's still a death flag in I sent you it on Discord.
Okay, I mean that's fair.
It's I'm like, what is a good virtue but a death flag?
So whatever this person sends you, you can go ahead and write one of those down on your postcards if you have them. So just remember that is your virtue.
Okay. Also, by the way, I do actually have little slips here of paper just so I can burn them as this game requires.
We do burn them, literally.
Oh yeah.
Well,
Yes!
normally, yes,
You
you're
can.
supposed to burn them. There's supposed to be a fireproof bowl that you can safely burn these things, and it won't cause an incident. Which is a clear disclaimer written in the game about how they are not responsible for any kind of fire-related accidents.
And I am not.
Josh, this was
responsible.
in the PDF, wasn't it?
It was.
Yeah, I
Sorry.
brought a literal jar, a mason jar, just to drop stuff in and torch it.
Cool beans. What's next?
Okay, so now we're going to define a vice.
Mm-hmm.
So this is something that you would never wish upon anybody, not even your worst enemy. Something that makes more problems than it solves.
Same
And
person?
This time we're going to do it to the person that are right. So
Me to Hannah.
Mm-hmm.
So I'm giving one to Arlie.
You're giving one to me, and then
I'm going to you. I'm
Arlie.
sorry, I don't have the thing up, so I can't.
No worries.
Okay.
Okay.
Oh. I'm giving one to Hannah, I believe.
No,
Okay,
you're
good.
giving one to Jacky.
Oh, it's Jacky? Okay.
Yeah, you're giving one to me. For vices.
Hey, buddy.
Virus, I sent you one.
Okay.
Virus does not look happy about it.
I like looked at the one you gave me and I was like, you know what? This is just a great combo.
Nice. Jacky, I love you.
I love to please.
Oh God, what should I give you, Arlie?
Erectile dysfunction.
The way I die is like turning upside down a pharmaceutical company in search of Viagra.
Oh, yeah.
Fuck me.
I won't be able to. The erectile dysfunction.
Yeah, you know.
It does cause more problems than it solves. So.
It does. It does.
All right. Are we good? Are we all viced?
You are apparently all vice. You all have
Oh
your
my
vices.
god.
Yep.
So let's go ahead and just go around and let everybody know what your vice and virtue is. While they're doing it, I'm going to light some candles.
Yep. As the game dictates. I'll go first. My virtue for my character is loyalty, and my vices is apparently related to a vicious streak.
Ooh.
So I'm really looking forward to how this is going to turn out.
What you got, Hannah?
My virtue is loyalty, and my vice is wrath.
Oh.
So very on brand.
Wow.
Let's kill some shit. I'm excited.
So apparently
Oh my
both of us have
God.
loyalty.
Wait.
Oh boy.
Are we all super loyal and angry? Because it sounds like we're like the Avengers or some shit.
I'll actually say what mine is, and that is, as a virtue, I got justice, or I guess a sense of justice. My vice is that I'm a coward.
Ooh.
Okay, so my virtue is that I'm compassionate. My vice is I'm lustful, apparently.
Oh man.
Well, it's not erectile dysfunction.
Oh god. This game is going.
Now I know why you look that way when I sing you your vice.
Wow.
Oh no.
Yeah, two really angry people, and then like,
And then the guy
actually,
just trying
no.
to get laid.
like one person specifically angry, one person who might just be like spiteful.
Yeah.
He just has an angry boner. That's all it is. Oh lord.
That's what.
Question
Yeah.
is, do I take that as lustful in the traditional sense or lustful for power?
You can interpret that however you want. I just sent you lust. That's
There
it.
you go.
You're just an anger kink.
Yeah.
That's it.
Anger cake.
Whatever.
Anger
It's the end of the
kink.
world. I'm not gonna kink shame.
Okay, so I put a few locations in a hat per se, and I drew one. So this is what we're going to play today. About 10 days ago, the world went dark. The entire electrical grid across the planet went quiet and stopped working. The satellites fell from the skies. So all communication has ceased to work across the entirety of Earth. There was some panic, of course. The governments across all these primitive radios and ham radios and whatnot told everybody everything would return to normal in no time. People were reluctant, of course, but expected this. And then 5 days ago, they came. And people began to disappear. Riots broke out across every major city every small city, police and all sorts of armed forces spread out trying to control the calamity of both people looting and these mysterious, well, whatever they are, trying to take control of the situation. And before you realized, friends, family, people that you knew slowly began to disappear one by one. You've found yourselves, actually in a small rest area just off the major interstate in South Carolina. There was a few people with you at the beginning here. You all sort of raided the snack machines and whatever you could find for food at the time, as it has become a scarce resource during these panicked times. Found an old generator. Put some gas in it, and it's been giving you enough light for the time being. Of course, you still have the same radio messages saying, help's going to come. But it never does. And the one thing that you do know is, whatever they are, they fear one thing, and that is the light. There is talk over these radios that perhaps there is an area of salvation not far from where you're at. On Paris Island, there's an old United States Marine Corps recruit depot, which could supply you with needed weapons, food, or even a boat, perhaps, just in case you needed to get away from the coastline. Find somewhere else to dig your heels into and just try to survive a little bit longer. Now that we know where we're at, let's take one of your cards, and I want you to go ahead and write down your character's name, perhaps what they do, their occupation, maybe a short physical appearance, and what brought them to this part of the country. Passing through, perhaps you're on the way to a wedding, who knows? You could just let me know when you guys are done.
I'm done.
Okay.
Okay. I'm done.
And this card is just going to be for your reference.
Yep. Okay, so I'm ready to go. So my character's name is John Thatcher. He's pretty much in his mid-40s, has tan skin and dark brown hair, and is wearing a plaid shirt with overalls. And he is actually a construction worker who also used to be a lead architect.
That's a damn. That is.
John Thatcher?
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
I try to keep those names easy to say and remember.
Oh, absolutely. I'm just writing them down.
Yep. No problem.
How about you, Hannah?
My girl is, her name's Dharma, and she is in her mid-20s, and she dropped out of NYU and is hitchhiking home, or was when this started. So She's a few days out from the city. She's kind of grungy, kind of grody. She's wearing a Free Pussy Riot t-shirt and cargo shorts, and she's definitely roughing it, or has been at least prior to the onset of this epidemic.
Wonderful. All right, so you have a character up?
I'm gonna be going with Michael Travis. He's an
Travis.
engineer in his mid-30s. Slightly heavy set, warm smile, just relatively calm demeanor, and he was traveling out to a job site to get some work done as this horrendous problem arose. Maybe why the generator's been running all right.
Arlie?
So I am going to be Glenn Huxley, late 20s. Currently, he is a reporter for a pulpy little paper, basically like The Sun. Sort of following small stories, which sort of have fallen to the line side as everything has broken out, because there's now a new scoop, and the victors go the spoils, and maybe he'll help get to the bottom of it, and totally not also there, just take really juicy photos on the side too.
I like it. Okay, take one of your cards here. This is going to be your hope. And you'll get to write your own hope. So this moment that you have, we'll call it a moment. It shouldn't be a hope, I suppose. It's called a moment. It is a moment of hope that you hope to accomplish or create during our story this evening. It should be something that's achievable, but something that also has the potential to fail. If you need some examples, you could write, I will find hope when I have a moment of prayer. Or will find hope when I find out that my sibling is dead or alive. Or maybe I will find hope when I find one of them lying dead.
We just write one, right?
Yeah.
Okay. Okay. Do you want me to share mine?
Sure.
Okay, so for John, his moment of hope is that he hopes to he will find hope when he locates his missing children,
Oh, interesting.
Alice and Billy.
Alice and Billy. Wonderful. Does anybody else have one they'd like to share?
So Glenn is hoping to be able to get a photo of one of these and then pass it on. Sort of the whole journalist thing there, coming to streak to leave a record for someone else of what exactly they are.
Dharma actually has a hope that's linked to that, and they would be allies in this because her hope is to find a way to expediently kill them.
Hmm.
Interesting.
Mine is when I procure a more solid means of transportation for getting us all out of here.
Okay.
Look at you with that practical bullshit.
Yeah, that's
Yeah, I
good.
know, right? The two of us just want to go and bring us closer to take photos and stab them. You're like,
Yeah,
how about no?
but it is one that is attainable and could very well fail.
We got a boat. We can be safe on the ocean. Maybe.
Motherfucking
Maybe.
Now
We're
that
gonna need a bigger boat.
Now that we've talked about things that bring us hope, let's talk about moments that bring us to our lowest. Now we're going to write what we call a brink.
Yeah.
And again, this is going to be one of those things where we don't write our own, but somebody else gets to write it for us.
Yep.
So in this case, I also get to participate in this. So the player who's going to be on your right on our screen is going to define your brink. It's something that you have seen this character do in their darkest, most deprived moment. Something they did
boy.
at their most lowest and desperate time. And it's important that this is something that stays hidden from everybody else. So only 2 people at a time are going to know what your brink is. You and the person who writes it for you. But the fun part is, here's Hannah. Since you are on my left and I'm on your right, you get to write something for me. And what you're going to write me is, you're going to define something about them.
Oh.
Perhaps something that you've seen about them, something you've noted about them. It can be an aspect or a property about them. You could even just flat out say what they are. But it cannot establish any sort of weakness. Because as we defined at the beginning of this, there's only one weakness, and that's delight.
Okay.
So we send this privately.
Right.
Yep. So
And
I'm sending one to
Virus-
Hannah. Okay.
Virus, I get to define a brink for you.
So am I passing to Arlie, or am I going to?
I'm passing to Jacky. You're passing to me.
Right.
Got it.
And you will receive one from Saevrick.
Yeah, you'll receive one
Yes.
from me, and it's going to be from them.
Hee 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 hee.
Great.
There is yours, Virus. As we write these, I'm going to light 3 more candles.
Josh, let me know if that doesn't work. I wouldn't consider it a weakness, just more of a feature. Sure, just let me know.
That works just fine. Very interesting one, actually. Has everybody got their brinks?
I just sent mine.
Damn, Jacky.
What?
Damn.
There you go. Have a nice one to go with your vice.
Yeah, yeah. I see that. I love it.
So we document our brinks and just keep that on the card. Just
Right.
chilling. Okay.
Yeah, and then I'm going to tell you what you can do with your cards here in a moment.
Yep.
But I'm going to explain what each of these do for you first before you decide where you're going to put them at.
Yep.
Just like I said, just give me a thumbs up or something when I know you're done. That way I can move on. Okay. I got handles. Arlie, you good?
Oh yeah. Oh yeah.
Okay.
Sent mine and got mine, and oof.
All right. So to tell everybody who's watching and you all who may not be familiar, this is a game about storytelling. I, as the game master, will help set the stage, sure, but you all are going to be as responsible as I am for the flow of what's going to be happening in the story. And any time that there is a potential for failure or some sort of potential to further push the story forward, you might be asked to make a roll to resolve conflict. The number of the dice that you're going to roll is going to be equal to the number of candles that are lit. Okay? So to begin play, we're going to have a pool of 10d6 that you all are going to share amongst yourselves. A result of 6 on any of the dice is going to be indicated as success. And then you will narrate the outcome of the story then. You with me so far?
Mm-hmm.
Should I hold for Hannah so she just jumped away and she's never read the PDF?
I'm just staring at the lights right now, not trusting them, because like they could totally go out at any time.
Yes, it could. And if they do,
Well.
we progress the story.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, Hannah's back with her dice.
The dice tower.
I don't quite have enough to make 10d6, I don't think. So I'll be
I
asking you to make
have
rolls.
default 10 at all times.
Okay, Hannah, what did you last hear before you jumped up and left?
A roll of 6 is automatic success. Is
Right.
that what I heard? Okay.
Yes. So if you if I call you to make a conflict roll, you roll a 6. It's a success, and you get to narrate the outcome of that event.
Okay. And we need 10.
Correct.
And 10 of them. Okay.
And any ones that
That
are rolled,
pool will shrink.
right? Any
Nice.
any ones that are rolled during your conflict roll will be set aside, and they will be removed from the group pool. And if no 6s are rolled, well, that's a failure. And the candle is extinguished, and the scene for this part of the story will end. And then your pool will regenerate, but only up to the current maximum number of candles lit. We will begin to establish some truths about the story at that point, but I think we'll cover that when it comes time. However, you may burn one of your traits, either your vice or your virtue, to reroll any ones on any conflict roll. Remember, this only works for ones, and it has to pertain to the story somehow. You have to let me know how you're going to use your vice or virtue in that instance to justify burning that card. Using a moment that's a little bit more special. It can only be activated by living your moment out. And when that happens, we're going to roll a conflict roll. And succeeding will grant you something called a hope die. This hope die is just for you, but it succeeds any conflict on a 5 or 6. But if you fail to activate your hope, then we extinguish a candle. We move on. Now, activating a brink, that will re-roll the entire roll that you just had. Doesn't matter if there's 1s in it or 6s in it. You can re-roll the entire roll. Now, if that roll's successful, you don't have to burn your brink, and you can hold on to it for a little bit longer. But again, if you fail it, then candle's gone. You lose any hope dice that you had. We put a light out. Continue the game. This is the point where we're going to come to talking about arranging stacks. So you have 2 traits, a moment, and a brink, correct?
Mm-hmm.
So you have 4 cards. We're going to make a stack out of these cards. So you can arrange your traits and your moment in any order that you want, but your brink must also always be on the bottom, because that is going to be the point where you have lost everything and are at your lowest point. Remember, you can only activate the top card that is on your pile at any time. So it doesn't matter that your moment is up and we're in that part of the story. If it's not on the top of your deck, you can't use it. Are we understood on that part? Yeah? Cool. All right. Well, I think we are at just about the point to start the game. But before we start, I think each of you has one final message that you get to deliver to the world. To whoever's out there, whoever might be listening. Jacky, I know you know what this game's about. You want to lead us off? What is John's final message?
John's final message is going to be everything I've done for my kids. I think that'll be the best way to, that's his final words.
Okay. Dharma, what's your final message to the world?
Dharma's final message is going to be more of a scream into the darkness, unable to articulate anything of value. Sorry.
How about you, Michael?
You know, it's often been said that when things are darkest, that's when you have to fight the strongest. So that's just what I'm gonna keep doing. Honey, if you find this, I'm looking for a way to get back to you.
Nice. Glenn?
It's when we're at our lowest points that so often people expect us to do what's best, but I don't think doing what's best for anyone but ourselves at times is possible in these situations. I'm trying not to go and give up on what I think is right in this moment, but whether or not that stands up in the face of what I've done to get where I am and what I leave behind for the rest of you, I'll leave that for you folks to judge. I just hope there's something to be. Just hope there's something to show for it at the end of the road.
And with that, we'll light our last candle. And we will begin our game. So it's been a couple days since the last of everybody else that was here at this little truck stop sort of area have taken off. There's not much food left. Radio is beginning to short circuit. Doesn't seem to want to reach out like it used to. Last things you can remember is hearing those messages, supposedly, from Paris Island, saying that there's safety, there's hope. Seems to be on a loop of sorts. Now the messages have begun to fizzle out, replaced by static. And now the generator's getting very low on gasoline. The lights are beginning to flicker, and you don't have a whole lot of time left here. What are we going to do?
Well, I've probably gotten the most that I can out of this thing. We're running pretty low. Anybody got any ideas?
Are there any vehicles nearby that we can potentially steal any fuel source for the generator?
Would you like to go look?
Outside in the darkness?
I mean,
Do we have any flashlights?
there's also the alternative. Instead of siphoning fuel for the generator, we could siphon fuel for a car to move on.
I'm down with either option. What do you think would be safest?
Well,
I'm not informed enough.
Well, we could either try to sit here and let this thing last for a bit longer, or we could try to get somewhere with something that isn't gas powered.
Well, we could always go on foot.
How close are we to the Atlantic Ocean?
You are probably less than 2 hours away.
All right, so let's think about this. If we are able to siphon enough fuel to get to the water, could we commandeer a boat and go out on the ocean?
That's definitely an interesting thought.
Well, problem being, if we're aware that there's safety in light, stranding ourselves in the middle of the ocean for any prolonged ventures, that if you're just meaning as a shortcut to somewhere, I think the question is, where do we go from here? Finding how to move on, a good idea, but where are we going to go?
It's a really good question. The secondary question is, I guess the most important one, could they, like, the ocean's got to be safe, right? They on land? Do people just I guess you're all about as in the dark as I am.
Yeah, we don't know.
I can't believe you just said that right now.
I know. That was really
can't.
insensitive and too soon.
Look, I'm just.
Why don't we just let you go outside and we can figure out more about their migration patterns and things like that based on how they kill you?
On one hand, the impromptu photo op would be sort of nice. On the other hand, I think that would be maybe a little bit pushing it. Also, I don't think any of us would be able to eat after that anyways.
No, probably not.
I mean, not that this diner food's any good anymore.
Yeah, those potatoes went bad a while ago.
Also, the bathroom's clogged, and I'm sorry.
Huh.
Well, we can't stay here forever. When that generator goes, we go with it. So we might as well keep moving forward and out of here.
Are we safer in the darkness in a vehicle or in a building?
I'm gonna
The
guess
vehicle
we're
can
not safe
move.
in the darkness at all.
I
Which-
mean,
I
a
mean, are we
vehicle can have lights inside it, so we're safe in that respect, and it can move.
Until the battery dies.
Find
So-
out
We're
So
sitting
it runs
ducks
out of gas.
again. Yeah.
So
well,
it feels like we're saying that we want to get in a vehicle. If we get in a vehicle and leave, we can argue or debate the merits of the location.
Hmm.
But do we want to steal as much fuel as we can, maybe take a few extra batteries and whatever we can take off these vehicles and then hit the road?
We can siphon gas from the other vehicles, pick the one that looks like the best in shape, move on that way. That'll keep
Yeah.
us going for a bit.
At least until we can find the nearest pawn shop or surplus store, somewhere that's going to have weapons.
So
This sounds like a pretty good plan.
I mean, I'm wearing a Pussy Riot t-shirt. Come on, what do you expect? Any inherent issues per our architect and engineer?
That's
Well-
honestly probably the best strategy
Yeah.
we got right now.
I agree. It's the only good plan we got right now. I just know staying here is not good for us.
John,
For
what
long.
direction are your kids in? Can we head in that general way so that you can...
Yeah, that's what I was
Collect them.
thinking. If we can. Last I heard, they were heading towards one of the. If they were going anywhere, they would be heading for the docks to the island. To that depot that's on the radio. If anything, my ex-wife would have taken them there.
well, I think then we can probably leave a message here for if anyone else manages to stop by, let them know which direction we've moved on to. So in case they catch up or in case they're just wondering, because it's also going to be cleared out of supplies. I would, as a question, Saevrick, as a reporter, I probably would have already tossed this place and maybe looked for any personal records. Would I know if anyone who had worked here had lived nearby, so we can maybe just check by, see if they're at home, and if not at home, if there's supplies we can borrow. Finding another location we can...
Right. This, like I said, this is sort of a truck stop or like a rest area off of an interstate, so no one's immediately close to it. You do know that there is one person who's not far from here, in the town of Beaufort, which is fairly close to where the Marine Corps depot is.
So yeah, it's probably someone who works here, and it's just there is someone who works here. They at least have a place that's close enough, and given they checked in fairly recently to work, we'd argue they probably have food there. And if they were not quite as careful as we were, that leaves us at least a viable spot we can go and check out that probably hasn't been looted yet, if only because people have gone for the more obvious places like grocery stores.
Not a bad way to go.
What,
And,
hold up in a grocery store?
No, that's actually a terrible idea.
Yeah, I saw that movie.
You begin to see the lights above you
Well, whatever we're doing, we should do it now.
If it's close by, let's go. We don't have to worry about we don't have to worry about the fuel as much. Let's get what we can.
Yeah, so I think priority's here, grabbing flashlights that they have on premise in case of emergency, provided those are any have left and weren't picked up by the other people already left. Bags of shitty coffee. Look, there's probably going to be a coffee pot along the way, and it's the apocalypse. It's fine.
Josh, when
Coffee.
we look outside,
Mhm.
what do we see? Is there anything that's visible to us at all, or is it just darkness?
There is the moon above, which gives a little bit of light. You do see the glinting of maybe 3 other vehicles that are parked in this massive parking space. And it also looks like there might be a big rig on the far lot. And to what would be your left, looking out the front of the place, you see where there's the concession tent, if you want to call it that. It's a separate building that has all the snack machine, the coffee, and anything that's edible. You know that the immediate building here, it's attached to the shed, mostly where people would go to have things to take care of the landscaping around the stop itself.
Yeah, so John's going to head straight for the shed and start pilfering for things like rakes, shovels, and if there's any pickaxes or any other kind of large tools that can be double purposed as a potential weapon.
Impromptu weapon.
Yes.
Okay.
Um,
Go ahead and
and
make me a conflict roll whenever see what you find here.
oh boy, here we go. It's 10 dice. Here we go.
Uh-oh.
Gotta love the sound of 10 dice rolling. Here we go. Oh, there's a considerable amount of ones.
Oh,
Oh no.
went all in on that.
So 3 1s. But I did get 2 6s. So we're cut out of 3. So we're only rolling 7 dice now.
So if you guys
Oof.
have 10 dice in your possession now you have 7.
Oof.
How many ones did you have? 3?
3 1s. So
Wonderful.
those are burned.
Yes, they are.
But we did succeed.
Right. So what did you find out there, John?
So I found a very rusty rake. I
Okay.
found 2 shovels, and I definitely found a very worn out looking pitchfork. And that's probably all I can carry. And at that point, that'll probably be the best I can do right now with what we got. And anything that's smaller or that can fit in a pocket, like a spade or something, maybe he can shove that in, and that's about it.
Okay. So who else was doing things here?
I think I'll get on gas siphoning duty. Me collecting coffee for comfort food later. That didn't really take too much. So yeah, it's gas siphoning from. I guess if there's any like surrounding cars still parked out like right out front, and then otherwise it's as soon as we're ready to go, it will be siphoning gas from the generator, and us just being ready with flashlights to leave.
Yeah. I'm also
Yeah.
going to be trying to discern which of the vehicles is in the best shape possible.
Okay, it's dark outside.
We got flashlights, yeah?
Do
Maybe.
you?
Do we?
I don't know. Why don't you roll to see if you can find some?
Okay.
I'll see if there's any in this poor
7 dice.
You only have 7
poor
dice.
area.
I mean, we don't have to roll all 7.
Okay. So that is
no.
no success and 2 1s.
Oh,
Okay. So
well, this turned for the worse.
Instead, turn for the worse.
do you have a vice or virtue on top that you might be able to burn to make the situation better for you?
I'm not really certain how I could incorporate my vice right here. So no.
Okay.
Because
You're
I can't
lost.
just be like that truck. Looks mighty fine.
Well then.
No,
No,
let's see.
no,
Hold
so
on.
much in the back of this truck, Spankson.
No, I got it. A vehicle outside is the car that you lost your virginity in, and so you have like all these super fond memories of it.
These fond sentimental values.
Yeah.
You're like, oh, and it's probably a Subaru.
Man, this is
You
where
just-
I first banged.
Just be like the Corvette out there that we can't all fit into. Like
Her
that's
name was
so-
Nicole.
Since
It was,
Virus didn't have any answer to this,
Yeah,
Damn it,
I will
Bryce.
save it for later. I'm sorry.
and I spilled hot wax everywhere. I'm all good.
Oh.
All right.
Yep.
So
We're at 9 candles.
we're at 9 candles.
We're at
Means
9 candles.
Your
Oh,
dice pool
boy.
is going to regenerate to 9 now, so you have 9 dice minus 1.
Mhm.
And that 1 die goes to me now. So now I have a chance to usurp
8 dice.
narrative control should you succeed. If I roll as many as successes to you or equal to.
So we have 8 dice. Just verifying.
You have 9
9.
dice.
9.
9. I thought 1 went to you. Never mind.
Yeah,
No.
yeah, the one we lost from the
The one
10.
you lost goes.
Oh, got it.
So now
Beans.
we're going to establish some truths about the game. These truths have to be something simple. We can't go to where we make it to the next area and it's got electricity and it's got people in it. They're all super cool and awesome. They give us lots of guns.
We got Uzis.
Yeah, so it's got to be something concise. It can progress the story. It might help you resolve a conflict that you're currently having. It might be just something about the world in general. But we're going to have truths, and it's going to be equal to the number of candles that we have lit now, which is 9. I will be in the first truth, which is always the universal truth. And that is the world is dark. We're now going to go down through 9 more truths. And the final truth is going to be spoken by all of you in unison. And that is going to be, we are alive.
And we're alive.
And we are alive.
So, Michael, since you're the one that failed the roll, why don't you give us the first truth of the game?
Oh,
It's just a phrase, so.
it's just a phrase.
Yeah.
Or the question is, can it be what I failed at doing?
Like I said, it can help you resolve a conflict.
We acquired flashlights, but their batteries are low.
Low batteries. Wonderful. Arlie,
Okay.
what's our next truth?
As we siphoned gas from the generator,
Mm-hmm.
the lights flicker low and we begin to hear sounds drawing around us.
Oh, he's going right to the jugular. Wonderful. Jacky, what's our next truth?
Our next truth is that one of the vehicles
Mm-hmm.
has engine problems. So you can't just solve our issue with just gas.
Okay. Dharma, what's the next truth?
One of the other vehicles has corpses in it.
Like it. Like it. I'm going to add on to yours, Hannah. One of these corpses is not but 12 hours old. Virus.
The truck with, or one of the truths, the truck with the corpses in it had a toolbox with some wrenches and ratchets.
Okay. Arlie.
even should we manage to get this far, we will not be the first ones to visit the home that we're intending to visit.
Interesting. Okay, John, what's our 8th truth?
The town we're going to has been abandoned, and obstacles are left in its wake, like cars and debris.
In the town itself, on the way to the town?
On the way to the town.
Okay. Littered with cars. And I guess it's going to lead us to our last truth.
We are alive.
We are alive.
And we're alive.
We're alive.
Wonderful. Okay, so, Virus, you're out there. I should call you Virus. I don't call you Michael, huh? So you were outside. You were looking for, was it gas or was it just for anything in particular? I don't remember, to be honest.
I personally had been looking for flashlights initially so that we could go outside.
Okay, you were looking for flashlights.
So that I could take a look at the conditions of the cars and try to find the one that would mess us up the least.
Okay, so you do manage to find some flashlights. It's like those old flashlights with like the big ass D-cell batteries in them. And looking over them, you can see the terminals look slightly corroded. And you flick it on, and it has like one of those little flashing, then it starts and kind of pales. It looks like they do work. The 2 of them that you do find doesn't look like they're going to last a very, very long time, though.
Great.
John comes rushing back in. All right, I found some tools that we can use.
Well, found some flashlights, kinda.
Well, let's just use them for as long as we can and try to get to our next spot quick.
Is there furniture inside the facility? Like those old crappy chairs?
Right, upholstered.
Yeah.
There would
Particle
be like,
board.
yeah, it's really junky old trashy furniture, and there's like a fold-out lawn chair in the back where John was just at, looking around. Presumably,
And-
Glenn is currently coughing as he's siphoning gas from the flickering generator.
Can Dharma try to disassemble a piece of furniture, take a piece of cloth, anything flammable, wrap it around it, make a torch?
You can give me a roll and we can see.
I'm rolling 9.
9 dice, yes.
And I don't want my ones. No ones. No ones.
And you want a 6?
At least 1 6.
1 6, 1 1.
Okay.
Everything else is just
That's
a mix.
acceptable.
That's a decent trade.
Okay.
Okay.
So you're now down to 8 dice.
Better than my roll.
So, Dharma, what do you fashion out of this old piece of furniture?
I take an arm or a leg off of whatever's easiest off of a piece of furniture. I grab a flag. There's usually always some shitty ass South Carolina flags in these places. Wrap it around the end, take my lighter out of my bag, set it on fire. And that we can use it as we go outside as to create a larger beacon of light.
Wonderful.
That's my goal. If we haven't exactly walked outside yet, I might just be holding my lighter to it, not quite having made contact yet.
That would make sense, yeah.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
I just didn't want to light it on fire inside the place because narratively that just, it's a bad idea. Oh, let's burn the building down and then it'll have an even larger beacon and then we can really leave. There we go. Maybe that was the right decision.
John's just gonna stare at Dharma for a minute with that suggestion. Are you completely out of your mind?
I mean, do you have another recommendation on how to make a shit ton of light happen? Because I'm all ears.
No.
Do any of you guys have breath mints?
I'm pretty sure I don't.
Ugh. I mean, to be fair, this building, as much as it would be nice to leave a message, I really don't think the lights are going to last long enough for this to be hospitable to anyone after we leave. God, I'd even take some day-old fucking crap off the grill right now.
Well,
Glenn, how
all
much
right.
of this gas are you taking out of this generator?
Oh, I mean, enough that the lights were flickering was what was said in the truth.
Okay.
We do not have long, so make a choice quick.
Well, let's get out and try to find the
Yeah.
best option.
So you all leaving outside?
Yep.
I'm following the lady with the torch, and I'm taking some of those shitty coffee beans with me.
Okay.
I got the tools.
So you all step outside. You can see behind you where the flashing lights of the structure are becoming more erratic, sometimes shutting off altogether before kicking back on suddenly. And far in the distance, you hear something unsettling. You can't quite pinpoint where it's coming from, but this is the first time since in time you've all been here in the last few days that you've heard this almost ungodly row piercing the night.
I'm sure that's just some wolves.
That's no wolves.
Not fucking wolves this time, okay? Like,
Just not even anything said. There's just like the tentative like reaches for his camera to like lift it up and glance around, and then he just like lowers it and then like glances over with like a really look.
how dry has it been? Has it been raining? Has it been dry? Asking because if there's like a tree nearby that I could potentially set on fire, since like John Thatcher's got an issue with me setting a building on fire, maybe I could burn down a tree.
The weather there is typically it's like a mix, especially this time of year. We're talking like February, so it's
February.
well, you're in South Carolina, so it's still like close to 70 degrees,
mild,
18
yeah.
degrees.
It's still very
Celsius.
mild.
Yeah, it's still very mild weather, and not as much rain as there is in the summer, but you're not going to start a forest fire or anything, but like by that means.
Right. Well, did you find a vehicle that can work for us?
For a little while, the engine's got some kind of issues. Can't really know without, turning it on and wasting more resources and possibly drawing attention to us.
Is that our only option?
Well, we haven't tried the corpse-riddled one.
This is what I get for asking questions. You know what? Fine. I'm going. I just like Dharma. Can you follow me with the?
I'll go.
Thank you.
I'll
I'm
go to the
going
corpse car.
to the corpse car. Yeah.
If you just want to hold the torch, I'll go through the corpse car.
Yeah. You
Okay.
know,
I don't
that's no. Yeah. That's actually, I just before you do though, I'm trying to record what's happening internally. Totally not getting this photo for in case some semblance of society lives on. Yeah, so like as they get forward, he just snaps a quick shot of the dimly lit corpse car by torchlight, and then after you.
Going to search the corpse car.
Have to roll.
Yeah, give me a roll. Let's see what you find.
8 dice. 8 dice.
Hey, come on, my little babies. No ones. Okay, hold on.
That's good.
Actually,
Any sixes?
2 6s.
Okay.
No ones.
Yes!
Whole
Oh,
bunch
yeah.
of 2s.
Let's see if there was nothing, it would be even worse. So,
Oh, okay.
Okay, so what do you find in the car, Dharma? Besides corpses.
Corpses. Corpses, are they, can you narrate or do I narrate the...
Oh, you narrate it. You tell me.
You have narrative control.
Yeah, you
Nice.
have narrative control.
Adults, front seat, murder, suicide. Definitely nothing like children or anything like that. We're not going there. So murder, suicide, front seat. I go through the back. There's a cooler. There's a couple of bug out bags. But there's also a Colt revolver in the front seat in the driver's lap from where his hand landed when he blew his brains out. So pick that up. Grab their bug out bags. Don't really look at anything else. Check the glove box. That's useless. And Boogie.
So, as she goes to Boogie, it's like Glenn stops and he's sort of observing, and then he just sort of tilts his head and like leans forward and looks like at the car itself, see if it's like gas, if there was anything that led to them stopping here. If it was they just hit an event horizon of misery, or if the car actually shut down. And as he's doing this, by the way, he's just very casually unclicking the seatbelt and just starts to yank the body out so he can A, get a better look, and B, just pile it to the side of the car.
Okay. Yeah, go make me a roll for this one. I'm interested to see where this goes.
You're making the roll for me because I don't have enough dice.
I don't make rolls. So.
Hannah, yes.
I'll roll for you.
Oh yeah, let's do the thing.
Use your god luck.
I know.
Might.
I have 1-1.
Okay.
Oh, I have 1-1 and I have 2 6s. Yes.
So
Ice
down-
cream dice, man, and my level up dice. These are the shit.
So we're down to 7 dice now.
Yep, we're at 7 dice. I am keeping track of that.
Yep.
Okay. So, Arlie?
So, they have the opposite problem. Their battery is functional. They don't have gas. The entire problem here is they ran completely bone dry in this, and this is the ultimate result of that, is them deciding that rather than struggling out in the darkness, the best decision they had to do was this, or at least one of them made that choice. To which Glenn leans back and he goes, I actually don't know how to balance this out, and I don't know how much gas we might lose from trying to get things over, but this one works if you don't mind corpse stench. It's just empty. They are not going to use it anymore. I'm not driving, though.
I'll drive.
All right, let's load it up and see how far it'll get us, I guess.
So you guys pile into the car that just had the bodies in it, correct?
Yep.
Oh,
Yes.
and I'm dragging the second
car.
body to pile on top of the first and just sort of nudge it away from the car, and I'm just going to touch the torch to it. Pile of bodies. A, cremation's about the best thing we can do for a burial. B, that solves the question of lighting something up.
Okay, 2 things. You can definitely burn the bodies. That's not a problem. They are a little...
Moist.
Yeah, they're still moist.
Moist.
They're a little swollen. So catching them
Better.
isn't the easiest part.
Yeah, honestly, I'm going to just set the torch against them so I don't have to sit there and hold it to them, because that sounds fucking revolting.
There's
and
a whole building right here, guys. Building.
And secondly, we can't take the torch in the car, so I can just
Right.
leave it there, forget, go to the other side and pretend like I've done my job as a good Samaritan and given them sort of a burial. And
We can just put the flag that's on the end of my stick over them, and they can just have a funeral pyre.
Yeah, you know,
And
that's
then
great. And then we don't
let's
even have
just
to look at
bolt.
it. Yep.
And I think that since we didn't really establish a whole lot of truths about this car in particular, I would think that if somebody took a gun to their head, there's a good chance they might have blown a window out.
Oh, yeah.
There's a window.
Yeah.
blown.
I mean, for sure.
The driver's side window is definitely cracked. It's not completely blown out, but there's a good bullet-sized hole in it and streaks. These
And
veins
those
of
front
glass
seats are
cracks.
sticky as fuck.
Oh yeah, yeah, definitely.
Yeah.
There's like, it's a combination of the putrid scent of like decay as well as like all the rest of the bodily fluids that just have like, yeah, no, it's not a good car
No.
by any stretch of the imagination, but it's our car.
That's fair.
Actually, John's gonna help, and with laying the bodies together, and taking the flag and draping it over them. They were good people once.
Like, without the flash on, so he doesn't like see like behind him as he's dreaming them. Just click.
I swear, one of these days.
Where do you
Hopefully.
want me to sit in the vehicle, given that I'm the one with the gun? Just curious.
Probably the front
You want me in the
would
front
be
seat?
the best.
Cool.
Front passenger.
Note pun intended.
Passenger.
Take shotgun, and I'll drive.
Okay. Let's do it. Let's go.
Yeah, I'm just
All
gonna
right, let's
like
get moving.
go in the back seat and like just casually poke at like, because there's like probably the passenger seat one is the one that's blown out to the side. This one, there's probably like a small hole in like the backrest of the driver's seat. Just morbidly pokes that.
Glenn, I'm going to toss you the bug out bags and ask you to go through them, specifically looking for more rounds for this Colt revolver.
I mean, I'm hoping for rations, honestly.
Whatever.
Stomach's still roiling from diner food.
Searching the bag.
Yeah, searching the bag.
Give me a roll.
Hey, Hannah.
Oh,
I
yeah.
entrust
That's right.
upon you all these rolls.
7 dice.
Please
Come on,
keep
seven.
getting
I got
good
seven.
rolls.
Come on, ones.
1 1 1 6.
Okay.
Oh.
1 6. Ooh.
1 1 1 6.
Okay, you have succeeded. Let me see if I can see narrative control, which I cannot. Okay.
So we're 5 dice now.
Oh, we have 6 dice.
So
Right?
I'm gonna
2 ones,
say.
right?
No,
She had
1
one,
1 1
Oh.
6.
Okay, I misheard you.
So I think one of the bug out bags is going to be this partly open thing that has like first aid, some half-eaten Nutrigrain bars. There's also going to be dog treats, but there's no sign of a dog anywhere in the car. Maybe it got out through that busted window. We don't know. The other bag has a single open box of ammo for the Colt. There's 5 bullets left in there. And I'm going to say there's just a bunch of those awful army rations that taste like cardboard. It's just like basically stuffed full of those.
So some basic MREs.
A Colt 1911 has, what is it? Is it 9 shots?
Mm-hmm.
We're going to go with 9? I think it's
Pretty
9.
sure it's 9.
I have no
I think
clue.
it's 9.
Yeah. Okay. So there were 5 left. They were going to say like there's 2 missing from the chamber. Or 2 missing from the clip. So, all right. Cool. So I've got 3 plus a full 9. Got it. Write that down.
Okay.
Yeah. It's just like Glenn like listing off everything. It's fine. He's like, there's not actually any antibiotics or anything, so
So don't get shot, Glenn.
I would think I'm not the one who's going to be rattling off puns, so I think someone else will at least get shot before I do.
All right. Are we going?
He smiles at you, but it's just like,
Let's go, John.
Okay.
Yeah. Before
I suppose I
before
deserve that one.
Yeah, so John's going to drive the car,
Mhm.
or turn it on first, rather.
Mhm.
And I'm going to imagine there's going to be that very nervous pause of silence from all of us where we hear the engine kind of going because the engine was bone empty.
Yeah.
So yeah. Would you like me to roll Saevrick for that?
Yes, please.
Yes, 6 dice. This can only end horribly. Oh well. Yeah, that was bad. That was bad.
Uh-oh.
You're not allowed to roll anymore.
So I got 1-1, no successes.
Nice.
So yeah, that's great.
I'm going
And I have
to-
I can't really burn my virtue here yet. So yeah.
You had my problem.
Okay, so in that case, another candle is extinguished,
Doom, doom, doom.
and now we move on to our truths. The first truth: the world is dark. And Jacky, since you are the one who failed your roll, what is the first truth?
The first truth is about a few nights ago, a very bad thunderstorm rolled by, and so the road is filled with a lot of hazards, fallen trees, and but down power lines that might still be active.
Wonderful.
I just love making this more painful for us.
Yeah. Dharma, what's the truth?
As we're departing, I'm assuming the engine turned over, so we are departing. John.
Yeah.
Yeah,
That could be a truth.
That could be a truth.
As we're departing, we hear a sound from the trunk.
So I will say there is a sound from the trunk. I cannot put the departing part because
Yeah, it doesn't sound like a bottle of water rolling around either.
because we don't know if our car is going to start or not. So there is definitely a sound coming from the trunk.
Yeah.
Let's see. It's my turn. Do we want to build off one of your rolls? Nah, we won't build off one of your rolls. I would say that the gas that you all had put in this vehicle was of a completely different type of level. So you have mixed a low grade with a very high octane gasoline.
Mm-hmm.
Virus. I keep forgetting to change my candle total.
The battery in the car at least works.
The battery definitely works.
So we have headlights.
Arlie?
While that battery may work, as the engine turns over and rolls, we hear the generator in the station give off its last gasp, and it grows dark.
All right, Jacky, we're back to you.
I get one more? Okay.
Mm-hmm.
The car does work, and we can leave, but the alternator is very shoddy, so it will eventually go out.
Okay, Dharma,
Oh, I get another one?
get one more.
Oh, okay, yeah.
As we depart, we will see an interstate lined with abandoned vehicles or vehicles filled with corpses, but basically just the stench of death and various arrangements of vehicles that were either clearly abandoned or destroyed.
Okay. And our final truth.
And we are
And
alive.
You're
And we are
alive.
alive.
Wonderful. Okay. So you turn the car key and you hear that little ding, ding. Take a deep breath. Turn it. And you hear the... Then you finally hear it blaze to life. And it sort of sounds very rough. You hear a lot of sputtering. You hear the exhaust sounds very angry.
Well, I think I know why they shot themselves.
Maybe.
Let's just get going and hope we can get to where we need to go before this. I don't like the sound of that engine.
Quick question about the semi. Are we confident the semi's not gonna work for this? We can't all just pile into the back of the semi.
Actually, slightly bigger problems, guys. Though, not to say that isn't a valid. There was a thump from the trunk.
Yeah. What is that, by the way? I thought you checked the car.
We all know exactly what's in the trunk. No, I didn't open the freaking trunk. Give me the keys.
Does it just have one of those pop switches?
Yeah.
Or like the rear seat going down. I mean,
You're gonna hope
or.
it doesn't have that.
You're gonna really hope it doesn't have that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
All right, so you reached down and unlatched the trunk.
Well, he said this is a really old, shitty car, right? And
No, this
generally-
isn't the one he lost his virginity in.
No.
This is the other one.
No.
This is the corpse car.
Yeah, Arlie,
Yeah.
you definitely at one point said this was a really shitty car.
Yeah.
It was definitely splattered with crap.
And I don't know a lot of the older crappy cars that have just one of those little trunk pop things.
No, nothing like pre-19.
No,
80.
so
Yeah,
you definitely would
Which
take.
this definitely is.
Yeah, you'll need a key to open it, so you'll have to.
Yeah.
I have to turn the car off.
No,
Alright.
you know,
I thought the car wasn't really running.
no, the
It
car's
sputtered
running.
to life.
Technically
okay.
running?
Here's
Yeah.
here's what I'm gonna say. If there's someone in the trunk, it is safest for them if we move locations first and then do this because the gas station just went off.
Right. I think, and even John will be like, you know what? We'll deal with it later. We need
Once
to
we
go.
find
They're
some
really
other light
safe
source.
right now. We will
Mhm.
check it, and if it is something or someone, we'll
Then-
do it. Yeah.
Try to talk to them. If it's a person, they will talk to you.
Hello?
That's,
Is anyone in there? Like kind of leaning into the.
Maybe they'll
John's
let you
gonna start-
interview
he's
them,
gonna-
Glenn.
John's
Let's
going
go.
to pull out of the parking lot, go
Mhm.
and then switch to drive, and start, easing the accelerator because I don't want this engine to blow out yet.
Is there any tapes in the tape deck?
Oh,
Goodness.
fuck.
Okay, well let's do this. one
That's an
thing at a time
important
here.
question.
So we have Michael who is trying to communicate potentially with whatever's back there. So what are you saying? You just say hello and listening.
Basically, like, hello? Is there someone in there? Hello?
You don't get a response, but you definitely hear more knocking. It's
Okay. If you can speak, knock twice. If you can't speak, knock 3 times. I don't know.
okay.
Is that
So
how that works?
Glenn, when you say speak, you hear.
Oh,
It's their
Oh
dog.
fuck.
It's the
Um,
dog.
I mean,
let's just keep it in case we need to eat later.
John's gonna give you a really angry look.
just the quiet. The car goes
Every
quiet.
single one of us just. What?
You can have
No!
the dog if you're that hungry. You can have the dog treats. I'm pretty sure the dog will be able to forage better than you will.
Oh, Lord. Okay.
Besides, worst case scenario, if the dog is at least relatively friendly, we might be able to use it to hunt. Maybe.
I'm just gonna say
I'm more
good.
worried that we're gonna make like good friends with this dog, and we're all gonna love this dog, and we're all gonna name it or some shit, and then it's gonna get snatched by one of these things, and then we're all gonna be doubly devastated. Whereas
That's
poor dog's
pragmatic and
owners-
stuff. I mean, they locked it in
these
a
people
trunk.
put their dog in a trunk, like this, like.
I mean, to be fair, the guy also shot himself. He probably wasn't in the best state of mind.
Okay.
Like the poor thing's just sitting back there, and you want to talk about
You know, I'm just
eating it?
gonna maybe it's just like very casually, like you know how you'll like have your house keys on you, like at all times. It just like casually picks out house keys and just starts like digging through the chair. It's like maybe it's one of the shitty ones where just the chair is right connected to the trunk. I don't know. We're gonna do this. It's fine. I have nothing better to do in the car. Because do we have tape cassettes, guys? No.
I'm
Dharma
gonna
finds
guess
a
Terrible. It's a
cassette.
terrible 1989 mixtape.
Dharma, I was gonna say Dharma finds a cassette of Neil Diamond under her seat, and she drops it out the window.
At least it's not Nickelback.
This is pre Nickelback.
I was about to say, surprise! It's actually Tom Jones.
Oh God!
Okay, so let's divvy this up a little bit here. We established that we'd hear the noise when the car was departing, correct?
Right.
Correct.
Yeah.
So the car is going to depart. So, John, are you driving, John? Am I correct?
I
in
am
that?
driving.
So I'll need you to go ahead and make me a conflict roll as we're
Yep.
taking off here.
Yep. So I got eight dice, right?
Dice.
Okay. Here we go. Here
Wait, we
we
went
go.
back up to 8? How did we
It
go
went-
back to
Yeah,
8?
we
'cause at the end
refresh
it,
every time
Every
the
time
scene
a candle
refreshes.
goes out.
Oh, sorry, y'all.
We refresh
Missed
up
that.
to the
Every
number
time
4.
a candle goes out, Saevrick gets more dice to screw us over with.
Mm-hmm.
Bomb.
Oh,
I got
well,
two now.
I got 1 6, no
Okay.
ones. So
Yes.
Very nice.
Oh,
So
oh, great.
but Saevrick
Nice.
can now roll for control
I
because
can.
he now has 2 dice.
I tied you, so I win.
Uh-huh.
So you all pull out from this station and begin to head back towards the highway. And what you see is just there's cars that are off in all weird angles off the road itself. And you can't make quick progress through them as you're sort of have to steer back and forth along them. And even the road itself seems like it's there's parts of it that are underwater. This is the lowlands after all. So there's like this parts where the ocean water has sort of receded back, and you have to make very slow progress as you're winding down this road. And through the crack in the glass next to you, you just smell this whole mix of swamp grass vegetation rotting on top of just, God, it smells like 100 people have shit in one area, and it's just invading your senses at this point.
You know, in real life, since I live in literal swampland, yes, I know this exact smell. And I already hate everything about it.
There's just a very like awkward so from Glenn as is like in the back because we've established there's no music, so it's just like the awkward sound of the car driving through like partially submerged roads and all of this, and it's just like, anyone want to take a guess on what the dog's name is?
Ignoring that, Dharma is going to look at John and say, if you see anything that looks like militarized, a vehicle that you feel like maybe we should pilfer, please don't hesitate to slow so that I can hop out and try to find flares or anything that can help us.
Yeah. No problem. I got it.
Oh,
Uh,
Dad, That smell is something else.
Yep, it's at least. Well, I don't have the luxury of a window.
Hmm.
I don't really want the windows to be down in here anyway, because y'all smell kind of rank, but that's
I
okay.
was gonna say opening air conditioning right now is just gonna give us more of that. If we get corpse smell or we get like rotting vegetation smell, or both.
It's true.
I miss the diner.
Oh,
I miss the smell of bad diner food now.
Well, I mean, would you like me to stop the car so you can walk back to your death?
Oh no, I'm just saying it's like the only thing I miss about that diner now, other than I guess the light. Not that it's there anymore, but like no, that if we find another bad diner, I think I'll like take a moment to breathe deep.
So, any of you know where you're heading?
Probably heading to that what is it? That house we were
Yeah, the
we
ladies,
mentioned?
the
Yeah.
employee's
Yeah.
house.
Yeah. Glenn, can you give me directions on how to get there?
Oh, yeah, I took notes. So, I'm just spouting off the things that I found in the first place. I'm
Is
just
there-
like,
oh.
wait a second, Dharma, can you give me a map?
I was gonna say, is there a map in the glove compartment, Dharma?
Dharma opens the glove compartment. Inside, she finds a logbook, a map.
Does she?
And-
Because I'm not sure that we established that yet. So
We never established that.
No, I went through the glove box when we went through the car the first time.
I thought we said there was nothing in the glove box.
Oh,
Did I?
Yeah.
Okay.
we did.
womp,
Never
womp,
mind.
wah.
It was
Sorry,
just like,
Well, the
It was
question
going to be a
is-
map of not even South Carolina anyway. It was going to be like New Mexico or something. So
no, worse, Delaware.
Delaware.
just can you
useless
look?
state.
Can you look out for
It's just
a pass?
postcard.
I think it's off a pass. It's fine.
Why don't we just go to Paris Island? Can I just ask this question real fast?
I mean,
I don't know that we
can.
have enough gas to get there.
Are there not vehicles around us that
I
we
mean,
can
if you
siphon
wanna-
gas off of?
we can check every single one yet. I mean, is the car gonna start up again if we?
Well, I'm just worried if we. Well, I'll say this: this engine doesn't sound good. So if we can find a better car, probably be better to just get it. Otherwise, we're gonna have to siphon gas. But I don't want to stop the engine running.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And that's if those cars are going to have gas in them. If,
Well, we have gas, do we not? So we can,
We took
if we
some.
do need to stop, we can siphon gas. We can burn a car. I mean, we can always burn a car if we need to just create light and time.
Dharma, I get that the light helps, but wouldn't it also be telling that we're going a direction?
Well, aren't our headlights telling them that we're going a direction?
and the noise of us moving, to be fair.
And the dog.
Okay, don't speak. Sit. Play dead. Fuck.
That's why it's in the trunk. I can't believe you made a dog in the trunk. My whole goal was that there was gonna be like a person in the trunk.
I kind of.
That was like a stowaway.
Yeah.
Put the dog in the trunk, Josh.
It's because the dog treats in the bug out bag.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Mhm.
Yeah.
Makes sense. Okay, so you guys are looking out for another vehicle.
Yeah. Do you want me to roll for that, Saevrick? Since I'm the one who's supposed to be looking out for it.
If you're the one keeping the eye out, look out for it, absolutely. Unless you have somebody
Alright.
else that you want to help look for you, it's up to you.
Unless Dharma wants to help me look
So
for
it's
it.
I will
I can-
freaking help look for it.
Yeah, I was gonna say I can try to keep an eye out for it too, so that you can pay attention to not crashing.
Specifically, I'm looking for a Hummer, just so we're all clear.
I'm just wondering
Yeah.
who's going to roll. That's all.
Can we
Okay.
assist? Is
Go
there
I was
an
gonna
assist
say-
Go
function?
for it,
Nope.
Dharma. You have
Dharma,
had infinitely better luck.
Yeah.
No ones.
Okay.
Do I have a 6? I have 1 6. Ah, I have 1 6.
Well,
1, 2, 3, 4. I
So
have 4
close.
5s.
let's find out.
Okay, what do you?
There's
find?
so much stress every time the dice fall, and
Yeah,
you're like
it's
looking at
wonderful.
all of them.
Okay.
What
Dharma,
happens?
You tell me what happens.
There is a freaking Hummer down the road. We get a Hummer. And because this is South Carolina, it's some dumb ass yellow freaking Hummer with like homemade spray paint camo on the side of it. But we still see it because they're stupid.
Does it have like the little trailer balls on the back too? Cause
Yeah, for sure. It's got the trailer balls.
Yeah. Because I just assume it would.
Yeah.
Trailer nuts.
I'm just also like now picturing it's like this Hummer thing, and then there's also like the little fucking obnoxious fuzzy dice in front, and that might be the one thing that stands out the most. So like the fluorescent pink ones that just pick out in the headlights.
So on the back glass, it's got a bumper sticker that says these colors don't fade, and the flag is all faded, so it's just basically white. So we're talking about that kind of redneck.
Gotcha.
Bomb. Okay, so John, if you'll stop up there at the Hummer, I will get out and investigate. If somebody wants to also come with me.
Yes,
I'll come with you.
John will park the car where the headlights are beaming in around
Under the Hummer?
Under the Hummer. So at least it's illuminated.
Anybody want to come with?
I'll come
I'm
with.
actually gonna do something while you guys are doing that. I'm gonna let the fucking dog out of the trunk now if we're stopping.
Sure.
Yeah.
I'm not turning off
are
the
you
car.
gonna,
I
he's
was
not
gonna say,
turning off the car though.
We're not turning it off yet.
Oh, we're not turning off, but we're
Can you
stopped.
pick the lock?
You might have to pick the lock yourself.
See,
Yeah.
that's what do you take me for?
Is there any light behind you? Is there even visibility?
There should be the backlights of the car, unless they're busted.
I mean,
Any of
that's
us check?
red tail lights. I mean,
Just
It's
bright.
it's your
light,
life, dude.
It's light. Look,
Alright.
I'm near the car. I can at least dive in. You guys are gonna be
Which is why I gotta
Venturing.
keep
Running
the
to a
lights
Hummer.
on it.
yeah.
I mean, I'm kind of okay
I'd
with
say
these
we're
odds.
I say we're equally at risk here.
All
I
right,
at least
why
have
don't
like
you,
the chance of a dog helping me.
Glenn? Why don't you try and open the door of the open the trunk without the keys? Use something. I brought tools. See if you can use them. And
Ooh, check above the visor. See if there's a spare set of keys above the visor. That might be the old cars. You know, they have those second set of keys.
So
well, I guess I get to roll because
Oh,
I'm
boy.
right there.
Oh boy!
Two ones.
How many ones?
Two ones. And
No six.
no sixes. So I'm trying to think, how am I going to burn loyalty here? All right.
You turn the
I
car
think-
off. Right?
I think for this, the best way is, okay, so he's going to help Glenn. John is going to go out and help Glenn to open the trunk of the car and keep the car running, basically leaving the car completely 100% vulnerable so that the lights can still stay on to protect Mike and Dharma from if anything were to come. And now, because John wanted to be the lookout in case anything did come, but now he has to sacrifice it for the sake of the fact that he needs to make sure that Glenn can have a peace of mind about the damn dog. And honestly, John has mixed opinions about Dharma right now, but guess what? He has to do the right thing, and he's not happy about it.
Okay.
Why does that have anything to do with mixed opinions about Dharma? What does
Set
she do in
everything
this
on
situation?
fire.
Go
Set
ahead and
everything on fire.
Yeah.
All right,
yeah,
so
mixed
for
opinion
my gesture of burning, done.
okay.
It's
Let me
magic.
roll your 2 1s.
Reroll my 2 1s.
Mm-hmm.
There's a 6.
Oh.
Okay.
That was my virtue. Bye, virtues.
So that means we have 6 dice.
No,
Right
he
now.
re-rolled all the ones, so we still have all our dice because he didn't re-roll, or because he didn't
Any
roll any
ones.
other ones.
Mm-hmm.
So how many do we
All
have?
right.
8.
So we have 8.
Okay.
I know, boy. These
Just
candles just
double-checking.
looking awful low already.
Josh, stop.
Okay. So
This is
what?
why I love this game.
What happens?
All right. So Mike and Dharma are going to start investigating the Hummer with the lights. The car is still running.
Mhm.
Engines are going because John doesn't want the engine to stop, because if it does, it might stall and we might be screwed even more. So, and then John's going to take the shovel
Okay.
that he picked up from the back. He's going to help Glenn, and what's going to happen is he's going to try to just pry the trunk open. He's going to try to pry the trunk open with the shovel and just pop it.
Okay. Since let's see here, let's go and have Arlie. Why don't you give me a conflict roll for this one?
Hannah,
Nice.
I need your help.
So you mean Dharma make me a
All right, yeah.
I'm here for you.
Also,
Arlie.
one side note. I take the
1-1.
bug out bag with the treat.
1-1.
Yeah. Okay.
1-1.
And a 6. It is a 6.
Okay.
I'm double checking.
Okay. So
These
there's
level up
1-1.
dice. These level up dice have a snowflake on the 6, and it throws me off.
Do
every
we
time.
want to try and maintain the ones? Because I can
It's
justifiably burn a thing to keep this going, so we have more dice.
it's really up to you.
I'd say burn it if you feel like you can.
Yeah, you know what? I'm gonna burn justice here because I think it's the right thing to do to get this dog
Yeah.
out of this potentially crap situation for it, especially since it didn't really have much of a choice in the matter. So, yeah.
The goodies.
I wonder if I can just like give me a second. I have something just.
Is
to
that a
think
Yankee candle?
about. It was a scented candle that's burned too low to be useful, so I'm using its mason jar-y thing.
Nice.
So I can. Oh yeah. There we go. It's nice and torching now. Goodbye,
Yay.
farewell, my justice.
Beautiful.
Okay, so you can go ahead and roll or re-roll any ones you had on that roll.
Which there was one. I
There was in
entrust you,
fact
Hannah.
one.
Yeah. The more we can preserve at least these candles while they're still less dead, the better.
Reroll it, reroll it, Dharma.
Just
That
the
one.
one?
Just
Yeah.
the one.
Yep.
3?
Okay, so we don't
So we
lose any
save it.
dice.
We don't lose any dice.
It's
That's important.
You had 1-6, is that correct?
Had 1 6 and 1 1.
Okay, you maintain narrative control, so go ahead and tell me how this turns out, Glenn.
So we open the trunk. It pops open with like a startling pop, and there's this brief moment where the dog actually shuts up and it stares at us, and its hackles are up now from this sudden, just the noise and two strangers in front of it. And there's this moment where Glenn's just sort of looking like this is a mistake, because it's not just a dog, it's like a Rottweiler, and it's also looking a bit hungry from sitting there in the back, and he just remembers that he brought the bug out bag, and he like almost looks like he's going to huck the biscuit at its face, but then he tentatively just reaches it forward towards it, like, and then just inches the biscuit forward bit by bit towards its nose, as opposed to that. It's like,
Yeah.
good boy.
It's-
Yeah. You just gave me a nasty Rottweiler that's starving. Go ahead and make me another conflict roll.
All 8 dice.
Yep, all 8 dice.
All 8 dice.
All 8.
All right. 1 6. No ones.
Yes.
Man, that's getting
I
lucky.
just need to never roll, because as soon as I roll, it's just going to be horrendous.
Glenn, I did not take narrative control from you, so.
So it gets this moment where it looks like it's about to just go for his hand, and it stops short and just bites down hard on the biscuit, pulls it back, and then sort of retreats into the back of the trunk for a few moments until it's done eating. And Glenn just pulls out another one, and he just does that until it's empty of all of them before he tentatively goes forward and says, "Speak again," because it answered last time when he was in the back. And he gets that, there's a pause, a hesitance, and then it barks. And then he's just like, fuck. Actually, Hey, John, can you do the does the speak thing? The sit thing's fucking hard for me. Can you like see if it does the sit thing? It's just, I mean, it's not mauling us, but
John looks over sternly.
authority.
Sit.
Such command in your voice.
I'll say that the dog does kind of be like takes a moment also to kind of register it, and then just like kind of rests on all fours and belly down and just stares at the both of us. Are you satisfied, Glenn?
Yeah, we can just take it out of here into the back seat. I mean, honestly, having this thing probably safer, honestly, for us, to be fair. If someone does, I mean, Rottweiler, yeah, probably. It's not mauling us. Safer. With safer for it, safer for us. Probably.
Are we keeping it?
We're
Dharma
keeping
shouts.
it. We're keeping it! It didn't maul us.
Perfect. That is appropriate.
I swear. I swear.
Just a Rottweiler? It could just be a bobcat or something. I mean, that's appropriate.
Okay, so this thing sort of
Appropriately, my cat's name is Fumble.
fumble. So it seems to at least listen to your commands for the time being. You can still see like the bristles in the back of its neck are still kind of up, but it doesn't look like it's going to be attacking you. Not going to be wrenching your arm off at any point. Then you see it stand on all fours, and you hear it begin to growl. But before we conclude this, let's go back to...
Hummerland.
Yeah, let's go back
Hummerland.
That does not sound like a place we need to go to. Let's go back to the vehicle.
Don't ever. You know, I still think Hummerland sounds much better than the Holy Land experience in Orlando. So let's not start that.
Fair enough. So let's go back to the Hummer. You two are going to go search it, if I'm not mistaken.
Yes.
We are.
Try to make sure that it's in working order if it is in working order.
Heck yeah, let's do it.
So that sounds like a job for Travis, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah.
Okay, you know it's
Michael
also
Travis,
delightfully
Michael Travis.
Michael Travis.
delightfully thematic.
That's what happens when you have two first names.
Right.
Hey,
Michael Bob
How-
Travis.
my family was. They hated me.
Oh, I just realized I didn't give Dharma a last name. She's
She's just
she doesn't
Dharma.
have one.
She's
just
like
Dharma.
Prince.
She won't tell anyone.
She
Yeah.
lost it in the course of all her anger.
Yeah.
So I'm guessing I have to roll and see.
Yeah, let's see what you find.
Yeah.
Are we both rolling?
I'm just
No,
having
it's
him
just
roll
me,
this
but
time.
2 6s, 1 1.
Oh,
Yes. Good job.
so we're down to 7 dice finally?
Yep, we're down to
Maybe?
7 dice.
Like,
This is
At
gonna
least
be
for
the
the
best
scene.
game ever.
so. Yeah, I was gonna say it is for the scene. Like, there is technically a way for me to technically use my vice.
Mm-hmm.
Do it. Do it.
Do
Only
it.
technically.
Do it.
Isn't it compassion? Oh no, it's lust, dude. I have a
it's
fucking
lust.
gun.
I know. I'm not saying.
No, it's just him
any
checking out your
super-
butt and being very
Basically.
motivated.
I'm not gonna do it if you're not okay with that. Obviously.
That's fine. You can narrate that.
Okay.
She's going to threaten to kill you, but like,
I
it's fine. It's okay as long as
There-
you're
there's-
okay with
there's-
that outcome too.
There's the promise
I am
of the,
fine
of the
with that
threat.
outcome because it is what is acceptable. That is the expected outcome from this nonsense.
He's into that Baba Yaga booty. Wow, Arlie.
Wow.
Arlie.
Okay.
So yeah,
Go ahead and
as I'm, like,
roll that one.
popping open the hood, trying to like check for some stuff. You manage to, or Dharma manages to wrench the door open. And she's like leaning in, trying to search through stuff, and I kind of just
Mm,
not very subtle, which Dharma obviously catches, and I'm assuming threatens to shoot something very important.
Something very important to your person?
Yeah.
Yes.
Very important to my person.
Yes.
Just,
It will be very
Just,
painful for you to bleed out from that
just
specific.
had to get my
wound.
eyes out of this hood because the light refraction. Yeah, refraction. Yeah.
Get your
Yeah.
eyes out of a lot of different things, old man. Moving along.
Okay, I got rid of the one.
Okay.
Okay.
So yeah.
So he
Did you
rolled two
re-roll it?
sixes.
Yeah.
Yeah, I re-rolled it and it
Okay.
wasn't a 1, so we're
Good.
fine.
So, it looks like
So we're
points
back
are
to
in-
how many dice?
We are still at 8.
Oh, thank God.
It sounds like that he managed to find your posterior, and that was the extent of it. So
Did you burn it?
Yeah, I burned it.
Do I get to roll now?
Maybe.
sure.
I don't know if.
Well, he already
I need
narrated
to-
that I opened the door and didn't
Yeah.
immediately get attacked by anything, so much
Right.
so that I
Correct.
saw his advance and like
So now it's
threatened to
more-
blow off his
Oh,
member.
shit. Rubbing the wrong damn window. Yeah.
So,
I was
to
about to say, I don't know if I'm
dismember
narrating
him.
what I find out about the car or not, because I don't think Sav ruled.
All right, I got one
Oh,
that
yeah,
I see,
You won narrative control, that's for sure.
Oh, okay.
and I have 2 6s.
So yeah,
Okay.
the Hummer
2
is,
6.
at least from preliminary inspection, looks like it's in good shape and could probably be used.
Okay.
If nothing else. We've got that. Looks like a fresh battery, too.
Okay. Hannah, what did you roll?
I got 1 1 and 2 6s.
1 1 and 2 6s.
Hmm.
We keeping the
Seven
1.
dice.
I can burn my virtue card. My virtue is loyalty. And in loyalty to my group, I do the right thing and I let them know that there is a person who is still alive in this vehicle without just outright killing them. And so I yell that to them because I know that John Thatcher will be very disappointed in me in a very sad dad voice if I just outright just shoot somebody without at least telling them that, especially someone who's not particularly like in a position to attack me. They are clearly buckled in and just alive.
Interesting.
That is my loyalty to the fact that I know that they don't want me to burn stuff down and just arbitrarily kill things. So I'm gonna go against my nature.
Just go ahead and make your
Does that
reroll.
count?
Yeah, absolutely.
Well, I re-roll my 1.
Yes.
Yes.
Do you mean like alive sleeping or like
Still a one?
alive?
Still a 1.
Okay.
Damn!
So you still lose the die, unfortunately.
Mm-hmm.
So you all are down to 7 now, I believe, finally.
Yes.
Fine.
We're
For
finally
this
down to
scene,
7.
yes. For this scene, yes.
For this scene, at least.
I have to
guys-
burn my virtue card anyway, right?
Correct.
Yep.
Correct. Okay, so...
Oh yeah, fellow pyromaniacs here.
It won't let me
pirate-
burn anything in the game, so I have to burn what I can.
That's fair.
okay,
You can't burn down a house, so you're gonna burn down a card.
so you,
So I'm gonna burn down my house, apparently.
you throw open the store and you see someone who's still strapped in, you said?
Yeah.
Gosh. I'm trying to think who would stay here after all this time. I'd say you probably find like a teenage
I was
boy.
thinking teenager. Yeah.
That's cool. He looks like he's probably like 18, maybe 19 years old. Very dark skinned, it looks like, from just the sun down this way, obviously. He's got the flannel shirt and the denim jeans and the cowboy boots, and he looks scared the moment he sees you all open this door and is holding his hands up. He looks to be shaking, and you can see that he looks like he is covered in blood from like his hands, and it looks like it's run down to his elbows. And you just hear him going, "Don't shoot!" And in that instant, in the back end of the car,
Shit.
is when you hear this ominous bark come from the back of your previous vehicle.
John turns, look out into the distance, probably can't see anything beyond the darkness. Quickly turns to Glenn. We need to go. We need to go. We need to go. Get the dog. We gotta go.
Wait, are we taking this car? That you said there's someone alive. What are we doing, guys? We gotta
make
go.
it move.
Move him.
Dharma's gonna try to reach. She's gonna reach across the dead driver and flip the ignition. See if the Hummer even starts. I'll roll for that.
Yes, you will.
7 dice.
I got 7. I made sure it was right this time.
Oh, boy.
All right. So that's gonna be a 2 1s and no 6s.
Oh boy.
Oh,
boy. Do you want to burn whatever card's on top?
My card on top is a moment. My moment card.
Oh boy.
no.
My moment was to gut one of them.
Unfortunately, in this circumstance, you cannot play your moment because it hasn't came up yet. There's no part in this scene where it's going to apply, so we're down to 7 candles.
Here we go. The downward spiral begins.
So it begins. So shall it end.
This has been fairly long already, so
It has, actually.
This 8th candle was a long candle.
it was a very long candle.
We did our best to conserve that thing.
Okay,
We tried.
so
We tried.
we have 7 candles, 7 dice, 7 truths. First
Yeah.
truth. The world is dark.
Dharma.
Dharma? I thought
Yeah,
Jacky went first.
No, 'cause you're the one who
It's
failed the
whoever
roll.
failed the roll.
Oh, shit. It's whoever failed to roll. Damn, that's a lot of responsibility.
Mm.
The Hummer didn't turn over. But they're massive rednecks, so there's a tiny arsenal in the back of the Hummer.
Pick one or the other.
Yeah, that's two. Two
What?
things.
Yeah, pick one of those truths.
Wait,
Yeah.
what 2 truths?
Basically, either it didn't turn over or there is a massive arsenal.
Oh, wait, didn't my roll indicate that it didn't turn over because I failed the previous
you can
roll?
theoretically have the truth say that it turns over.
Right?
Oh, I'm sorry. I interpreted that to mean that, like, I failed.
No, it's just the scene ends.
The scene
Oh,
The
ends.
failure
okay,
is
okay,
the
okay,
scene
okay.
ends.
Okay.
Yeah, the scene
Okay,
ends.
I'm
and
sorry,
I
I
get to take narrative
apologize.
control of it. So
I misunderstood.
absolutely good.
Small arsenal in the back of the Hummer.
Small arsenal. Okay, my truth. The smell of the fresh new bodies now in the water from you all standing outside has attracted something to your presence there. So
The Hummer, in fact, starts.
there we go.
Oh no. The passenger in the truck is starting to get skittish and glancing towards the back of the truck.
Interesting.
Rain begins to fall.
Like that.
I like to
None
make
of us
things
are
hard.
Yeah, none of us are helping right now.
Helping? We like to enjoy making this harder for ourselves.
All right, Dharma, it's back to you.
Dharma, I think you get the last one.
Yes, you do.
This is the 7th truth?
6th.
Oh.
But the 7th is the one we all share.
Yeah.
Okay.
Would you like us to go over what we've talked about already?
No, I already have. I made it. I'm keeping the list. The car that we were in, that everybody is currently out of, starts to catch on fire.
Well, at least you can't be blamed for that one.
It's that shitty engine is what it is.
Right.
And the last truth, which is the one we all have, and we are
We're
alive.
all-
We are alive.
Wonderful. Okay. So there's the sound of the dog barking that sort of distracts you all. It seems like it's almost instantly there's a huff and a puff in the engine, and it starts to shake, and black smoke begins to pour out the sides of the hood, and fire begins to rage from underneath of it.
So it's just a I'm grabbing the second bug out bag and new car. Get the dog.
Get in quick.
So I like step over to
Yeah.
grab the second bug out bag that was like in the seat, since we didn't specify closing the doors, and I'm just heading to the Hummer now and hoping the dog follows.
Yeah, I'm gonna. So
Here, boy.
John's gonna take the shovel, obviously that's with him, and is also going to grab. He probably has just enough time to just grab one more equipment. So it's probably going to be the pickaxe, and that's it. And then bolt straight for the Hummer.
Okay.
And then just shout, "We're running out of time! Lights are out! Lights are out!"
Turn on the or I'm like dragging the corpse out of the driver's seat and just trying to get it turned over and lights on.
Nothing's happening here. Since you're actively trying, Glenn, to make sure that the dog escapes from this fate, why don't you go ahead and give me a roll? I guess I should say, why don't Hannah give me the roll?
7 dice.
7 dice.
7?
Yes.
7.
Okay. You guys have got to tell me, because like I'm missing that every time. 1, 1, 2, 3 6s. Wow.
So
Come
two
at me,
ones?
save.
No, 1, 1,
Okay,
3
1,
6s.
Okay.
Sorry, that's how I speak.
So you've lost a die, I assume.
Again.
Yup.
Mm-hmm.
Because you won't let me have my moment. Is that right?
Mm.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Okay.
It
as
wasn't
soon as-
your roll, so.
Oh
Yeah.
shit, you're right. Never mind.
Yeah. So it's just like I take it you didn't manage to usurp control.
I did not.
Okay, so it's just like he reaches, briefly snatches the thing, because we ain't letting those shitty ration bars and the last little bit of ammo go to waste, and then he just actively yanks the dog, and it chomps down into his shoulder from just the brusqueness of the moment, and he just starts hobbling towards the fucking the Hummer, and he is cursing at this point. And
The dog bit you,
oh yeah, 'cause fucking
and we're
Rottweiler's
taking it
not-
with us.
I mean, he did startle it by literally scooping it up. Nothing likes being scooped up. So
At
yeah,
least suddenly.
because he just grabbed it abruptly, lifts it up in like a moment of panic, and it likewise panics, and then stops shortly after, but it doesn't remove its teeth from where it is. It's just sort of sitting there in like this moment of like still panic, its jaw still latched on to his shoulder as he hustles towards the back of the Hummer, and then he just settles down against it. It's like, get the fucking door open.
Oh yeah, John gets the door open, and it's like, "Come on, get in, get in."
And yeah, he just gets in, collapses, and like spills out. So him and the dog are both just then on the ground panting, and it's staring at him like wild-eyed, and he's staring at it.
John's gonna get into the driver's Mike pulled the driver, the dead driver off, right?
Yeah, and I was hopping
We're
in
about
and
to
turning
find
on.
out whether
Okay,
you
so-
did or not.
Oh.
Oh.
Uh-oh.
Because something might go wrong here.
Uh-oh.
Yeah. I was gonna say. John's gonna go to the driver's seat and try to yank the door open and pull the corpse out as viciously and violently as possible. So I'm gonna roll for that.
Oh, okay. I mean,
Michael was going to be doing that, yeah.
Oh,
Yeah.
doing that? Okay. Well, in that case,
Michael's going to try to do that, we should say.
right. Okay. In
Yeah.
that case, I feel that John at that point instead is going to
in the passenger.
back-
Oh, no.
get into the passenger seat. Yep. And then he's just gonna basically start yelling at Mike. Go!
Okay, go
Who's
ahead,
the rando?
go ahead and try to remove
like-
the corpse from the seat.
Sure. This can't possibly end poorly.
Yep.
1106s.
Oh.
No, I mean,
Would you?
now my moment is on top, but I haven't procured the Hummer yet.
What was your moment?
A more
is true.
solid means of transportation.
This is true. Yeah.
I mean, this is
not
That
Exactly.
seems relevant.
You can definitely
It does seem
activate
relevant,
it.
but I haven't actually procured it
Yeah.
yet.
But you can fail your moment.
True.
Well, and
That
I've
is the
already
thing.
the Hummer's
Yeah.
on.
Well,
So like
I understand what he's saying because he hasn't procured it necessarily
Except,
yet.
Mhm.
And he has to activate his moment to receive the benefit of it. It doesn't just
I thought it was
it
to.
doesn't fix a roll.
Yeah.
No, it doesn't fix a roll. Oh,
Mhm.
right.
Yeah.
Yeah. So
Yeah.
unfortunately, that will be a failure.
Oh boy.
that doesn't mean that we failed to procure it. It just means
Right.
that
Just
that's a failure.
it just means that we
scene
now have
ends.
one less candle.
Yeah, it just means we have one less candle.
Well, congratulations. You can set the scene for your moment now that you
can.
you
Yeah.
failed the roll.
Okay, 6 dice, 6 candles, 6 truths.
Okay,
First
here we
truth.
go.
The world is dark.
dark.
The world is dark. Glenn?
We managed to get the Hummer started.
The Hummer is started.
wait, I already did that though.
Did you?
That's already occurred.
Oh yeah, that's
Actually,
right.
technically, you said the Hummer will start, right?
I said it turned over.
It turned over.
Yeah.
Okay, so I'll let
Yeah.
you. Yeah, you can go ahead and give me a different
Technically, we already know that.
one. Right.
Okay, so yeah, we do already know that. The Hummer has a full tank.
Oh,
Okay.
I mean, that's only gonna get us like 2 hours anyway, but
Yeah, but it's
Because
better
it's
than
a
nothing.
Hummer.
oh wait, it's me.
Yeah.
They have drawn near. You're welcome, folks.
I know. That was good. There are 3 rifles inside that Hummer, loaded.
Okay.
Hmm.
This
I
is
think
the
that
truth.
builds off small arsenal.
Arlie's is Glenn is dripping blood all over the highway.
Okay. And I will say, on top of that, the blood has attracted them nearer than you thought.
it is what?
Closer.
They're
Yeah.
closer than you thought.
And then we have our last truth, which is ours.
Yes.
We are still.
We are.
And we are alive.
Alive.
Wonderful.
For now.
And
Going
we
quick
alive,
now, huh?
are we?
Going quick now.
It's the like they're alive.
So, Michael, you begin to try to tear this body from the seat. And you realize that the seatbelt itself seems to be stuck, but you're pretty knowledgeable on vehicles and such, and you manage to smack the back side of it, and it releases. And this large, bloated form comes spilling out on top of you, and actually
Gross.
pushes you to the road because you weren't expecting such weight on top of you.
Oh. Gonna try to roll it off the top of me.
Okay. I won't make you roll for that.
Okay.
So, yeah.
Just. Ah!
Yeah.
Ew.
Oh, disgusting. All right, let's get going.
Yeah, I'm gonna, before this car has started, so rather not before it started, but before they've actually started to put pedal to the metal and hustle,
Mm-hmm.
I have the bug out bag with the first aid on me. It don't have antibiotics, but it does have gauze and stuff, as we established. So I'm like, need some help here, and trying to apply it roughly and just hoping someone helps pick up the slack.
Dharma
one's-
pulls
no one's
one of the rifles out of the backside. Dharma,
John, you threw me a rifle?
yes.
Damn. It's like a moment of pride there that John trusts Dharma with a rifle.
I don't.
Nobody's really asked Dharma what she's been doing recently, but as soon as she found that kid in the car, she's had a gun on him the whole time. So,
Yeah, and he is sort of like sitting in the back seat at this point, with his hand still up now with this larger gun pointed at him, and you can start to smell this warm scent of urine filling the air.
great. So you're a coward and you're stuck in this car. Why didn't you leave?
Probably because the outside was scarier. Oh fuck!
Said, the
All
radio,
right, all
radio
right.
said we shouldn't be outside. I didn't know where else to go.
Well, I
Don't
guess
always listen to the
technically you're
radio,
alive.
kid.
Technically, you're alive, so like, I guess, congrats. Do you want to stay with us, or do you want to go outside now?
I mean, if you're gonna let me stay with you, I'll stay with you. But
Do you know how to shoot a gun?
yeah,
Okay, cool. You can stay.
Daddy's a farmer, or he was a farmer.
Awesome. Great story. Let's go.
And we have John, I believe, who just jumps in the side, I believe.
Yep.
Nothing really to have to really concern ourselves with that. But who is going to bandage up Glenn? Or is anybody going to bandage up Glenn?
No.
John,
God.
John
I mean,
will
I'm
probably
starting
help.
driving, so I can't.
Yeah,
John will help Glenn out with that,
Okay.
and the entire time John's gonna be like, you just had to bring the dog.
Where is the dog?
With us, it's settled now that it's
The
not in a
Rottweiler?
Yeah.
burning car.
Yeah.
It's fucking.
You happy, Dharma? The car decided to light itself on fire for you,
Well, I'm
along
glad we
with
weren't
everything else
in
we
it.
left in there.
I'm glad we
Oh.
got out.
It's just
Well.
like there's it's just like Glenn pauses, empties some of the rations out, and then after he's done that, he just sort of like lightly tosses the bug out bag with the remaining ammo towards Darva, because you remember she has the Colt. It's like, I saved the ammo too.
I kind of feel like she probably grabbed the ammo from you as soon as you discovered it.
I figured you grabbed enough to load it from the gun, and then weren't carrying around the ammo box. So I figured.
Oh
there's
no,
still, like,
I think she
3
took because
Oh.
she reloaded the clip, so she's got the 9+3
I just wasn't sure where the 3 was, if it was going to be in the bag or not. In which case, it's just
probably with her.
he just like empties out the ration bars in front of himself, and it's like, okay, if anyone wants to eat, I mean,
Give the kid something to eat. He's probably had the worst week of his life.
what even happened, kid? Like,
He turns to you.
And
finally
when
starting
he
to put his
turns, he
hands
gets
down.
a bar hucked at his face.
So he kind of like flinches back as this wrapper strikes his face,
Think
and
fast.
that's when you all hear outside this sound of something breaking forth from the water. And what you see is this long, almost like chitinous looking tentacle envelop itself from the water. You hear the as it strikes back, and you see this massive thing wrap around your old car and just hurls it at least 50 yards away.
I thought the light was supposed to keep those away.
You have a car that's on fire, so sort of.
What did he say about not trusting what was on the radio?
Oh, I
Don't
said,
trust
like,
the radio.
don't always trust the radio, kid.
But what if he's right? What if that's wrong? What if light attracts it like moths?
Well, if that was
Or
the case, we probably would have been dead a long time ago.
Move. It's just like a
King, 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 king.
yeah.
Or maybe like fire, there's so much, that abundance of light was like a spotlight for it. If it was a small amount of light, maybe it couldn't perceive it. Shit.
And as
I'm
you
just glad
all
we were not in that car.
And as you all
Yeah,
are
same.
beginning to start talking back and forth about this, actually, I would say, Michael, you look off to the side, outside, and you see another one of these tentacles begin to slide its way up towards your all's vehicle. And you can see it actually following what looks to be some sort of crimson blood trail towards your all's direction.
Who's bleeding out?
Glenn!
Our reporter.
We're
If we die because of you,
dealing
I'm gonna
with
haunt
that.
you in, or I'm gonna find you in hell.
I brought bandages. What do you want?
It's following your blood. We need to move. Just shifting gears and trying to get out of this swampland.
Give me a roll.
Well, you
Two
have
ones.
you have the Hummer now.
I do have the Hummer, and it does work. We have, in fact, procured it. I don't know if that moment is passing now.
It wrapped up a car and threw it across the interstate. Like, it's gonna do the same thing to us. I don't think the weight is gonna make that big of a difference.
How about
But Hummers have more horsepower.
It's of. We don't know what this thing is. This isn't like an alligator, y'all. Like,
I've outran alligators.
Michael, how about we'll let you attempt, if you wish, to use your moment to activate to see if you can get your hope die. But realize that if you do fail it, the scene will still end regardless.
I know. And if I fail it, I don't get the hope die, and it's lost forever. Oh, 1116.
Okay, so we're down to 5. But you do procure a hope die. And on that die, you may succeed on that one die alone on a 5 or 6. And you just ate it. That is wonderful. So take one of the dice for your roll that you just made for before. And go ahead and roll it and see if you can get you a 5 or 6 on that hope die to resolve the one that we were going to originally do.
Ah, gotcha. Nope.
So the scene ends.
we lose a
Well.
candle.
You
Yep.
use a candle.
Yep. So we're down to 5 dice.
candles.
5
5
candles.
candles, 5
dice.
which means actually,
Truths.
5 truths.
which actually means we're not, not actually. Only 3 of us are going to be able to tell a truth.
Yep.
So,
I'm absolved of responsibility.
well, really, you all get a chance to say a truth. If I'm not mistaken, because there'll be 4 spoken truths, which will be
Well, no, because there's the one you give, there's the one.
I don't cancel. I don't.
Yeah.
I don't. The one that I speak, I don't.
Yeah.
It doesn't count towards the total because.
Oh, okay.
It's always true, no matter what.
Yeah.
Okay.
So. The world is dark.
Who goes?
It's
Really?
gonna be me because I
Yep.
failed it.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
As opposed to nailed it.
The rain is getting worse.
The rain is getting.
Y'all just trying to die.
Hey, I've been doing all the positive ones. It's my time for us to be more miserable. Any of you are welcome to add some brevity to it.
Wait, if the rain. Okay, wait, hold on. Okay, we'll come back to that. Sorry.
Yep, there is rain.
Arlie.
I have a really bad one for us.
I was about to say it. The passenger is looking at Glenn and the door and getting ready.
Oh, I like that one.
No.
I like that one. So it's raining. The rain is heavier. The dirt and the terrain, the sediment is looser, so it's prone to a mudslide.
Interesting.
Because I'm just a terrible person to us.
Okay, Hannah. Last one.
Something's on the roof.
Oh, Lord.
And the last one we all say
And
And
we are
Please.
alive.
live.
Okay.
Not for long.
Yeah, I know.
Sorry, I figured since you guys were like, I'm gonna make this like super dark. I'm like, all right, fine, let's just
Oh, yeah.
fucking do it.
So, you begin to try to take off in this vehicle. And you have the sound of the water and the sediment just spinning against the bare tires. Just as you can't seem to grasp the road right off. There's a crack of thunder or lightning across the sky. And you just hear the rain and the wind begin to wail, sweep across the area.
Come on, Mike. Put the pedal to the metal.
I'm trying. It's down to the floor.
Then there is a crash on the rooftop, and you see the metal begin to buckle above your heads.
Jesus.
There's something very heavy has landed on it.
Glenn's just gone quiet
What
at this
the-
point, and he's like sinking down, like trying to make himself smaller.
Who was the one who decided that there were rifles in the back of a vehicle?
That was me.
What kind of what are we talking, like 22s, or are we talking shotguns? What are we talking here?
I'm gonna say AR-15s.
Dog. Okay.
The perfect redneck weapon.
Yeah.
Modified, I'm sure.
I know plenty
a
of Floridians with
pistol grip and a
AR-15s.
sniper sight.
I don't want to talk about it.
All right. So you threw Dharma an AR-15.
Yep. Fully loaded.
I'm gonna do y'all a solid and not fire it inside the car. So
Thank you.
Dharma's gonna, however, lean a little bit out her window there, just enough to get the barrel outside the car before she fires, and she just unloads. So I'm rolling. I'm assuming
yeah.
I'm rolling
Oh,
for
yeah.
all that.
Yeah. Yeah.
5 dice.
Five.
man.
I got 5. 1, 2, 3, 4. I got 5.
I mean, this is technically sort of your moment, isn't it?
If she can succeed.
Yeah.
If you can gut its
yeah.
ass.
How to kill them. How to kill them. That's my moment. Do I have to do anything? Do I have to?
Well,
Hopefully succeed.
you have to succeed to figure out how you're going to kill them before you can activate that.
Yeah.
1, 6, 1, 1.
1, 6, and 1, 1. Okay.
So we're down to 4 dice.
I am up to 5, so. And I do not wrestle narrative control from you. So tell me how this plays out.
So I technically succeed,
Oh yeah.
and it's my moment, right? However that means.
We can get to your moment after we resolve what you're doing currently.
Oh, I just like spray full on like Scarface, like right across the top. Just anything, like I feel like I don't even think I can see anything in the darkness, but like just on top of the vehicle. So you'd have like she's edge of the car.
Mm-hmm.
She's leaning out of it. So we're talking about angle wise, probably like right here on top of the vehicle.
Mm-hmm.
Maybe a little bit higher, but not super dramatic because she's not stupid. But yeah, so I don't know what I'm firing at, and I don't know the probability that I hit anything, but
I mean, if it's big enough to like crunch
dent
down
the metal, yeah.
It's big.
and it wrapped around a car.
Well, that was a tentacle. We don't know if the sea-ish thing in the
Is
whatever
it the
that is
tentacle
the
that's
same
on top?
thing.
Yeah, is it the tentacle that was on top of the car, or is it something else? With
I don't
tentacles
know.
attached, or-
Do I narratively just describe that, or like, Joshy, you have to provide me some information here?
Would you like me to take narrative control and tell you?
Yes, I would.
Okay. So as you lean back and unload this rifle, you see the side of the car just start reflecting the rounds as they go off. That flash of the gunpowder, just
Ding 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 ding.
And when you see above you is this almost like crustacean-looking creature with these long mandibles, and its arms ending in these massive tentacles that writhe about. And you hear these bullets just riddle into it. You hear the crunch of the carpet as it snaps and breaks, and you just see this black, viscous liquid drain from it. And you hear the top of the metal begin to sizzle as those, whatever it is, makes its way down its body and onto the top of your vehicle. You feel it scream out in pain and leap from the top of the vehicle, and you hear it splash in the water past you.
So it is completely within reason that I would have gotten some kind of off spray on my person. So would that like burn me in some way since it was burning the metal? Is that like an auto crit kind of thing?
No, it's we won't go that far, I don't think. You can definitely feel it sizzling against your clothing.
You ruined my Pussy Riot t-shirt, you son of a bitch.
And just sort of like press it out as quick as you can before it actually starts to burn through your flesh. But I think given your moment, you realize that they can't be hurt. Would you like to live your moment out?
Sure.
Roll me the dice.
What do I have to roll you?
Just
What do I roll?
a normal conflict roll.
So just the
it's
4?
dice. Mm-hmm.
2 6s. No 1s.
No ones. Okay, so you can gain yourself a hope die. This die is just for you, and you will succeed on a 5 or a 6 in the future rolls. So, what is this going to look like here, Hannah? How are we going to embrace this moment?
In the distant lightning, as this thing is receiving these hits, she is able to see like kind of the physical shape that it has, like a thorax, and is, you know, you say crustaceous. So she can definitely see the physical form of this entity, and that she is able to kind of draw it somewhat, and no, not well, but she's able to draw it somewhat, to show not just Glenn but the entire group that she has seen it, and has lived to be able to talk about it.
Okay.
There's like the burn marks. They're now letting in bits of rain into the car from the top, and it's like And
the
if it
fuck?
bleeds,
Yeah, there is definitely some sizzling going on above your heads right now.
just continue to like. Glenn is now like against the door of the car, having just like continued to crawl back away from where it's now sizzling down. And he's like,
If you want to lean towards me, I'll cauterize your wound with my barrel, because I bet I probably could do that. If you want to stop bleeding. I mean, I don't know how well you're controlling.
He's just like, I'm just gonna look at the dog. I'm gonna pet the dog. If you do that, that is out of my hands. Just gonna.
So John is going to try and mend the wound and try to stop the excess bleeding. So that's going to revolve a conflict roll, I'm suspecting.
Oh, yeah.
4 dice.
Yep.
Do I burn my moment card?
Yes.
Yep.
Yeah.
Double checking.
I probably.
What happened, John?
Not good at all. No ones, but
No 6.
Yep. No 6s.
That's probably worse, because then you can't really reroll anything.
Nope, I can't. So yep, that's bad.
Gone are the days where we succeed.
I mean, the odds were never in our favor after we went to the 5th dice.
This is very, very true.
I mean, the odds are around equivalent, and there's no.
4 dice, 4 candles, 4 truths. The world is dark.
Okay. So the one truth is that I'm gonna give is Glenn does stop bleeding out.
Hey.
Wonderful.
I can be helpful sometimes.
Hey.
Okay. That'll bring us to Hannah.
The teenagers died from the
Acid blood.
yeah, whatever we're gonna call that, acid blood, fell on him. Like,
BHR
directly
Geiger
on.
blood.
Yes.
And
Oh, that resolves that narrative thread.
and my truth will be that the thing that you just encountered was merely just a scout.
Then we have our universal, our truth to say.
And
We are alive.
Okay, before we start to resolve the last roll, I will let everybody know that we are in 4 candles, and when we get to this point, things can start to get deadly.
Yep.
Yep.
So, you do manage to get the bleeding to stop, but you see with little knowledge that you do have, you realize that Glenn is probably going to need antibiotics because there's a good chance that this wound is going to get infected.
Yep.
The boy is so frazzled and frightened and begins to grab the handle and try to open the door. And it's at that time that the metal finally gives, and this spray of blood just begins to run down his face. And I think it was Arlie that's in the back seat with him as well.
Mm-hmm.
You just see him look up as this almost oil-looking fluid begins to envelop his face, and he instantly begins to scream. You see the flesh from his eyelids begin to peel away. You see that his eyeballs begin to melt. You see the visual purple just leaking down his cheeks, and his bare
Question.
splits.
He was struggling with the door, right?
Yes.
Yeah, so his belt wasn't on. not properly.
I don't think that was determined.
Yeah, I don't think it was determined either.
No.
Yeah.
No, I mean, his belt's not really going to be on that well right now, given he's melting.
Yeah.
Yeah, I help. I just slightly open the door and hope that wind and everything else does the rest. Since he's melting, I'm just like not, nope, It's he's gonna like melt onto me and everything. No.
So what are you going to do about it?
This is like, so I'm like close to the door as well, right? Because I had like leaned up like against it.
Mm-hmm.
So as he's like scrambling and trying to, it's just Glenn like leans against the wall to brace himself and just opens the door. So he's just gonna fumble, melt, and hopefully tilt out of the Hummer and not melt over us and melt a hole through the floor of the fucking truck. Because if he's currently pulled in the stuff and it just keeps eating through him, right? And that, yeah, no.
Yeah, it's just
taking it with.
it's just like this river of this fluid just.
Yeah,
pouring
no,
down on
he's taking it with him, out the door. It's not a
That's-
moral action. It's
I'd say really
Mhm.
your truths are that you could either reach across him and pull the door open and push him out, or literally like lean back and try to kick him through the door itself.
I think I'm gonna do it. And roll for me, Hannah.
Okay.
Four dice.
So that's it. If this doesn't work, I have another plan. Well, I mean, it's gonna work or we're gonna fail.
I was gonna say, just why don't you ask somebody that's sitting in the front seat to just reach behind them and open the door?
I mean, he's melting and flailing.
Just saying. 1-6, no
So-
ones.
Oh yeah.
Oh wait. Let's see if our
I got
illustrious game master
four
wrestles
sixes.
control.
I have 4 6s, so I'm going to take narrative control of the scene.
Yep.
So, Glenn, you reach back and you said you're going to kick him out. Is that correct?
Oh yeah, I'm braced against the wall, I guess, from where I receded, and I just boot him.
Okay.
And once I do that, I'm getting out of that boot as quick as possible.
Okay, so you hear these screams replaced with the crack of this metal as this door just swings open. And the body flopping to the ground. There's like this sick sound of this melting flesh as it flaps against the cement of the road. Glenn, you reach forward for the door to pull it back closed, and what you see is this boy's body just instantly set upon by the bleeding remains of this creature. These mandibles wrapping around his skull, what remains of it, and just splitting it like an egg.
There's like a part in his brain that's like trying to like piece itself together long enough to like take a photo, but simultaneously I need to pull back. It's just that, but it's like everything he set out to do is right, and it's no, and he just falls back.
You fall back into the vehicle, and oddly enough, you start to hear this thing begin to almost sing as it leans its head back, and its mandibles clacking at the sky. And it just gives this ominous, almost like a cicada cry, but it's harmonious in its chant.
I also
I don't
undo
like-
my boot now and just leave it onto the side and see if it's burning or not. If it is, it's going out the door too.
Your boot's fine.
Okay, just like I
don't like the sound of that, whatever that is.
I no.
We having any luck finding purchase to get moving?
I've never.
Would you like to try one more time?
Sure.
You know what? if we're stalled for a second, this is where I think I get my brain together and try to take that photo.
Okay, let's get the
The
resolution
vehicle.
on the
Yeah.
vehicle, and then we'll go to your moment.
Hey, come on. 2 6s, no 1s.
2 6s, no 1s.
I finally had some luck, guys. It only took being nearly dead.
I had a 2, 3, and 4 1s. Okay, go ahead. You have narrative control of this.
As we're hearing that ungodly clacking song, just still trying to just come on, stop and just floor it again, and finally the dirt seems to like finally give purchase, and the car just lurches forward. Just ugh. It's gonna be a bumpy a bit. Trying to weave through all the wreckage that's currently just on the highway.
Right, and with the way the rain's coming down now, you can actually see the water is beginning to rise higher, and where the road is right now, you're just telling it by where the grass is higher on either side of the road. Arlie, do you want to try to activate your moment in this time?
Yeah, you know, this is probably going to be my best chance of doing so. So yeah, it's just him trying to brace and take this photo before, like, while the car is lurching. So hey, Hannah, I need me some dice.
4.
1 6. 2 6s. 2 6s. Sorry.
So, you have narrative control of what you want to do with this moment, and you get a hope die, so we have to make sure that Arlie has a hope die when he rolls from his future ones.
Oh, and also, this is catching fire now.
Yeah.
Goodbye. Goodbye. Where's my lighter? Anyways, while that's happening, so he manages to get his bearings for a few seconds. The thing isn't chasing them anymore. The kid's not melting in front, and it's just this singular moment where everything he was making this journey, and this is sort of what it was culminating towards, was finding one of these things, seeing them, putting an idea to it, and he managed to brace to line up a shot, and as he clicks it, it's just it sort of still reeling back, pulling off that really uncomfortable scene. So, and then the car starts up, and it just cracks the front lens of the camera right after the shot is taken. So he has that shot, but the camera itself is now just unable to take more.
Yeah.
Okay.
And you're my moment. Would you? There you go.
Okay, so
Just gonna cause a small house fire here. It's fine.
you are moving down the highway finally. Not quickly, but moving. You can still hear the sound of whatever this thing is. Still.
All right, so I think we need a new plan.
Agreed.
Going by. If we can get by the lady's house, there's probably going to be medication there. I don't want to go out to the docks anymore on the water, though. No. That part of the plan, I think, is done.
Yeah, we definitely don't want to go to an island against things that are in the water and like being in the water.
If any of y'all could fly a helicopter, maybe finding, like, I don't know, an airport and going to the Saharas right now sounds really nice. Middle of Arizona.
The Sahara's maybe up on a mountainside, someplace where there's
Anywhere but here.
not as much water, but still a water source.
We need to take to the
Cactuses.
high ground. Well, first we need to get out of the lowlands. So
Agreed. How
Head
far
for the
is that?
hills?
How far is that house again, Glenn?
I just think we should
How
abandon
long
that
have
idea.
we been driving?
We haven't been driving that long.
No.
It's in Buford. It's like right on the outskirts of Buford, the city itself, so it's not
Yeah.
near the water.
Well, Buford is near the water.
Yeah.
I mean, it's not as close to the water as, say, the dock.
Like the Canadian is narrating where the
Yeah.
location of this
Buford
town
is very close to the water.
Cries.
On the water.
Pretty much, yeah.
Cries.
Pretty well on the
Cries.
It could
water.
just be a fort, like on the water. Like,
Oh
just where
no.
it's-
Sighs. I was hoping that it was just like, no, it's outskirts and there's like beachfront, but no, it's just
No,
on the
there's no
water.
beachfront.
No.
Yeah.
Oh god. It's just like
You've got maybe another hour to go until you get there, and that's if you were going at your current rate and doesn't slow down any further than you already are going.
Is there a turnoff or anything that would lead us to high ground that we are aware of and can navigate in the dark without a map?
Not the lowlands.
Well,
there's not.
how many of us are local?
I mean, I wasn't local. I've been out here like a couple times for work, but not really super familiar.
My alibi for
John-
not knowing that Buford's on the
Yeah.
water is because I'm not local.
Yeah, John is also not a local because he and his family, because he's a lead architect, so he has to travel with the work, and sometimes they have to spend a few years work in a single place. So he's actually still kind of new to the area with his kids, and his ex-wife occasionally has to take care of the kids.
Okay, well, I've hitchhiked this road many times.
All right.
So our options are to head west. We'll hit a mountain range within a few hours. Alternatives are to head north. Doesn't really do us that many favors, but at least it gets us further
the
away from
lowlands.
like the sea level will rise. So it just depends on what we want to do. I think the mountains are probably our best bet.
So go west it is. Maybe we'll run into something on the way where we can find something for Glenn.
So the Hummer's going to have for you a navigation of like what direction you're going. So at least you have that, if nothing
Yeah.
else.
At the nearest possible moment, we are turning west.
Okay, so we're abandoning the idea of going to Paris Island, and we're heading west to the unknown, correct?
Away from the water.
Oh, yep.
Away from the water.
Okay.
Down by the water.
And John is very distressed about the whole thing now, even though he knows it's important that right now we avoid more pressing danger, but John's not. There's a lot of distress on John's face.
John, do you want to commandeer a vehicle to continue south for your children? I think if you want to do that, I don't think there's anything.
But now it's
Wrong
not
with
just
that.
that. It's not just that, Dharma. Like, if there's that thing out there, what happened to the military depot there? It's on an island. My kids could have been there.
Well, they're Marines, so
I
think
don't
we can
think
all
the
imagine
Marines.
what I think.
The Marines are not equipped for that. There's no way.
They're not equipped for much. So, we can assume they're dead. I think that's fair. We can
And-
assume pretty
and-
much anyone along the coastal United States is dead at this point.
And John just starts breaking down.
Sorry, John.
Dharma does not do emotion, but she like reaches over to like kind of gently touch his shoulder in a very gentle way.
Michael kind of is like trying desperately to pay attention to the road and just kind of like white knuckles the wheel.
All right, let's just get to some higher ground, find some place to shelter in. We gotta figure out our next plan. We can't do this in the rain.
Not with these things that thrive in it.
Yeah.
Okay.
So yeah,
Turning west.
So Glenn's just, by the way,
Go west.
quietly snacking on rations and petting the dog and breaking off like a piece of the ration and giving it to the dog so it stays docile.
10 candles.
Rabbit
You
with
can
food.
pet the dog.
You can pet the dog. That's correct. After we established it's already friendly towards you now, you can't pet the dog.
Did you name the dog, Glenn?
Actually, you know what? We look for a tag because it should have a fucking tag.
I did it.
Maybe.
Because they're
We never
rednecks.
established. We never established. So it's just there's not a tag. Dog. It's just testingly, and it turns its head because they're rednecks. I think they
They still
named
name
the
their
dog.
dogs.
Still name their dogs.
I've known people who are
Tag
so
on it.
lazy that just named the dog. It's the worst name.
Beulah, obviously.
Is it either Bueller or Bishop?
I was gonna
Yeah.
go with Earnhardt.
Oh, if it's Bishop, that'd go nicely with alien theming because we already had someone get acid melted.
There was a reason I chose that.
Yep.
It was intentional.
I don't want to name it Bishop then. That says terrible things about its survivability odds. I
It's
think we should
Ernie.
leave it at
It's-
dog.
Ernie, short for Earnhardt.
Oh,
Yep.
Earnhardt.
And if I find any spray paint, I'll put a number 3 on the side of this Hummer. I'm not.
Name the Hummer. It somehow still survived despite the hole in its ceiling.
Because it's a Hummer.
Yeah.
It's fine.
Fine, we're just enjoying the
darkness.
the mist of the rain spraying in the
My Hummer is
moonlight in our
missing all of its
sunroof.
doors, windows, and roof, but it still works.
It's a
missing
Jeep
one
Hummer.
door. It's missing one door from where the guy melted through it.
Yeah.
Is that right?
You continue south for a little ways still, till you can find a passable area. You come upon, I wouldn't say it's a town per se. It's more just like a few buildings.
Like a hamlet.
Yeah, in that regards, yeah.
Any type of general store.
You can travel further deeper into it if you'd like to look for one. You know, given the directions that you have, that it would be here that you would turn eastward along the old church road to get to Beaufort itself.
No.
Or otherwise, you can travel just a little bit further south and head out west.
We were at a full tank. I think just go.
Let's just go west.
Let's just keep going.
Just go west.
Keep going. All right.
Let's do it.
I'm sure we should roll since it's still raining.
Yeah, it's getting pretty heavy, actually.
Jacky's
I
like,
guess
how
I
are we
will
not dead yet?
since- Let's see, I guess I will since I'm the driver.
Yeah.
Yeah, give me a roll.
1-6. No ones.
Hey.
Okay.
Hey.
Hey.
Two
Let's see
sixes.
about narrative control.
I grabbed 2 6s. Okay. So, what you see as you are traveling past this town, the buildings all look like they've been smashed into.
Mm-hmm.
Long ago have been looted or raided or whatever the words you want to say for it. You begin to turn west along the road here. And what catches your eye is you're just beginning to turn down this road is that there seems to be some sort of, I'm not sure if it's like a storefront or a large plantation type house, but there are lights inside of it on. It looks to be not electricity, but some sort of torch or lantern lights. There appears to be someone within that building structure itself.
It's a trap. Nobody else wants to think that's a trap? Dharma's just the only one who's suspicious.
It's a
I
trap.
mean-
Or it
I
could be a
mean-
trap, but at the same time, it could be someone who, needs some help.
Or could offer help, but Glenn's just like, I don't want to.
Well, look, we got to find some medical supplies for Glenn. That shoulder is not good.
All right. Let's drive up to the house, stay in the vehicle. We can ask. Maybe we can trade a rifle for some antibiotics. As long as they're like quality antibiotics. Like, I'm not doing this for like generic Cipro.
All right, so I drive up.
All right, you know what, Mike, keep an eye on Glenn. I'll come in with Dharma.
Oh, I've got to leave the vehicle? I wasn't hoping
I don't
to
even
leave
think
the
we're leaving
vehicle.
the vehicle. I think we're just
No.
trying to get out
Oh.
there.
Just honk. Or something. Or flash
It's a-
your lights
it's a
through the
Hummer.
window.
It's a Hummer. It's gonna be loud.
That's fair.
So you're-
Oh, I was thinking it was still raining, but maybe the
Yeah,
rain
it's
ceased.
pretty heavy rain, so I don't know if they can actually hear the Hummer through that heavy rain.
The honky will.
Yeah.
When you honk, you realize that they replaced the horn with the theme song from the Dukes of Hazzard.
Damn it.
Oh God, so terrible.
I hate this so much now.
Josh, don't you dare! You love
and this
it.
is how we die.
Yeah.
How
next
dare
truth is
you
gonna be-
replace it with a theme song? You're all dead.
Okay, so you park the Hummer, let out this horn. Sort of all surprises you all, I'm sure.
Just Mike's just staring at it
Jesus
like,
Christ.
really,
Can I
Well,
shoot
even
it?
John's just like, seriously.
really.
I can figure out a way to get it taken out. I can probably do it.
Please.
No, we might
Just
need
give me a
it.
knife. I can just
The
carve into the.
anthem. You carve into it and just get it stuck
Just-
on.
Just perpetually plays.
So it's,
Okay, so we honk. Does anybody?
So you honk, and you wait a minute as you're listening to the rain just like striking the top of this vehicle you're in, and it drains down to this massive hole that's now in your roof.
I'm paying attention to the dog, by the way, because it growled last time one of those things came close.
Does anyone come out?
You see the door slowly creak open, and you see it looks to be maybe middle-aged woman come moving out of it. She has like that frizzy blonde hair that looks like it's been shocked too many times.
Nice.
Like back in a bun. Some black t-shirt and torn jeans, and in her hand you see it looks to be like some sort of hunting rifle,
Cool.
and she's sort of like looking at you all, afraid to approach. I'm just sort of eyeing out what's going on here exactly.
Dharma's gonna shout from hanging out of her window and like kind of on top of the Hummer, sort of. She's just gonna shout out to her. One of us is hurt. We need medical supplies. Can barter. Does she hear me?
She stands for a moment and begins to approach a little closer, but as she does raise the rifle towards the driver's side currently. So what the fuck you all got to trade, huh?
What do you need?
Guns, food, gasoline.
Got rations.
What the fuck's a ration?
He needs
Don't mind him.
rations.
Don't mind him. Do you have any antibiotics?
Yeah, I got some shit back in the house there.
If you're willing to trade us antibiotics, I'll give you what we have for food. And the dog.
So you raise an eyebrow as you say dog. All right,
It
We
lets
might-
us know when they're near.
we might be able to work out a deal.
Cool.
You just you stay put right there. I'll be right back.
Did she
Dharma.
leave?
Yeah,
Does
she
she leave?
turns and goes back into the house.
I'm not giving
John's
away
gonna
your
pull-
dog. Shut up.
John's gonna take.
It's just like he just relaxes noticeably. Like
What's
I
that,
mean,
Jacky?
John bit me,
John,
but
yeah. John's gonna take the other AR-15 and check that it's loaded and everything, and prime it,
Okay.
ready to go.
Dharma's going to gently nudge with her foot the butt of the colt over to Michael so that he can at least have that in the seat. If she gets squirrely, just shoot her.
I got like one hand on it.
Okay.
There's probably more people in the house though.
Mike, if there's first sign of trouble, Mike,
Just
get out
just
first.
gun it.
Yep.
Get out.
How's the dog acting there?
Currently,
Dog's acting normal?
It seems normal.
It's comforting.
Give me what do we got in the rations?
he just tosses the what is still remaining of the rations, despite little snacking, giving it to the dog, and he stuffs in like a few of the metal supplies they're not using now to pad it, and he just sort of puts it underneath the rations
Nice.
to make it look bigger.
Okay.
I'd go ahead and give that over to Michael so that he can toss that across the way. He'd probably be the closest person to toss it to her. Unless, are you sitting behind Michael or are you sitting behind Dharma? Where
I'm
are you?
like just back seat, sort of was against the door.
Oh,
It
the
doesn't
very
really
back. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Never mind.
So about
Away from our open roof.
Nice.
Which is we're collecting water in.
yeah, so about 3 or 4 minutes pass, and you finally see her come walking back out. And she has, it looks to be like a pill bottle in her hand. Her gun now on her shoulder, and you see her lips sort of protruding now. It looks like she might have put a nice little bit of snuff between her lips and teeth.
Classy.
And she's making her way back towards you. And that's when Glenn, the dog, begins to stand up a little bit, and you start to hear it do a very low growl.
Dharma.
Towards the lady.
The dog
or-
doesn't like something. Is it looking in a direction, like the lady's direction behind us?
It seems to be excited to the point where it's looking, putting its foot up in the back seat, then moving off to the other side of the door, looking around, and then like barreling over top of you to look at the other window at the lady as she approaches. You heard.
Sidebar, real fast. Is anybody going to be upset if I just shoot her outright?
I mean,
Like, is
If
anybody
it's the choice,
as like an
if it's the
individual?
choice between the dog
if
and her,
We're going- yeah.
we're
Well, no, I
choosing-
mean, I'm asking like you as players. Are any of you going to be
I was
upset
about to
if
say,
I
as a
shoot her?
player, no.
As a player, no.
Okay.
The character would be kind of like, what the fuck?
I mean, okay, I'm gonna actually spoil this. If you'd actually given away the dog, Glenn was gonna take the colt off of Michael's lap and plug her.
Oh, plug Dharma?
No,
Oh,
plug
plug
the
her
woman.
to get the old lady get the dog back. I was not
Yeah,
going to
yeah.
give away your dog.
No, but
Yeah.
that was totally gonna just like, nope.
So she is approaching the vehicle.
Dharma's going to try to kill shot her
Okay.
right in the face
Oh,
with her
boy, here we go.
AR-15.
Here we go. 4 dice.
4 dice.
5 hope dice.
5? Oh, wait. You want me to roll that one too?
May as well.
Do I? Should I?
Yeah.
Yeah, because he can also roll against
4
you.
sixes. What's
4
up?
6s.
4 6s.
Okay.
Well, if Saevrick manages to roll
Yeah,
5 6s,
Yeah, that's not going to happen. Okay, so tell me what unfolds.
What happens?
Yeah, what happens?
Oh,
Narrative controls you.
I have narrative control. As that shot kind of hits her in the brain and she goes back, her hand tosses up the pill bottle into the air. which just happens to fall into the Hummer through the opening in the ceiling. It lands right in Glenn's lap.
Convenient.
It's super convenient.
It's the one bit of convenience we've actually really had, though. It's just like,
and it is a full bottle of antibiotics that was made out to her husband that looks like it never got used because homeboy probably died, but that's okay. So you do have antibiotics now. And she falls back against the porch. We good? Let's go.
And that is when
Mike is just.
Go.
What the fuck did you?
That is exactly when you all begin to hear shots ringing out in all directions towards your vehicle.
Go.
Go.
Yep. I'm trying to move.
Give me that roll.
as it's just, you know,
Told y'all that
Glenn
there were people
pops
there.
a pill, and then like once he's done that, he puts it on the side, and he's just gonna casually make sure that, you know, the Colt that's on this guy's lap as we gun it does not just suddenly bounce out of his lap. And yeah, I'm gonna keep an eye in case anyone decides to go and pursue us, considering
1-6. No ones.
Yeah.
1-6 and no ones.
Oh boy.
So you begin to tear away from the scene. There's that sound of ting as the bullets begin to riddle into the metal.
Can Dharma spray the house at the same time?
I mean, yeah, technically you could. But you have begun to tear off from this location. The bullets are still flying heavily in your direction. It seems to have their own almost military grade sort of rifles, being where they're at. You want to make me a roll to fire back at them?
Yeah, fucking do it.
Here we go.
1-6, no ones.
What was your hope dice? Remember, it goes off on 5s and 6s.
Yeah.
Oh, my hope dice was a 4.
Okay.
Wah, wah, wah.
So you begin to unload. You said you were at the house, right? You were
Yeah, I was spraying the house.
Right. So you spray this line of bullets across the house until you hear the chamber finally empty, and there's that click sound as you push the last bullet through the chamber. You don't see any immediate person fall. Glass shatters. You definitely see like light peering out from the holes that you just implanted in the side of this establishment. Not sure if you're hitting anybody, but you definitely, if there was somebody there, they're most likely dead at this point.
So the firing ceases?
Oh no.
Okay.
No, because it wasn't just that house.
It wasn't just the
Duke
house.
boys are in a heap of trouble.
Yeah.
Yep.
I'm gonna just be pressed up like against the wall of the Humvee and just a very occasionally peeking up over the edge in case I can get a glimpse of anything, but it's mostly my head being down. It's just like if I catch wind of someone taking aim at us, someone getting ready to drive up after us after what we just did, which would be entirely warranted. Yeah, you know, keeping an eye out for that.
Okay, is anybody else attacking?
Dharma, what the hell?
Hand me the
I'm
other
not-
gun!
I'm not shooting wildly right now because I have 9
will.
bullets, possibly plus 3. I can't afford.
John's
to shoot
not gonna
wildly.
hand you the rifle, his loaded rifle. Like, no,
There's a third one.
I'm not handing you that one either.
Do I spot anything or notice anything? By the way,
What
Save.
the actual hell, Dharma?
You can give me a roll to see if you spy anything.
Hey Hannah, I need me a roll.
Let me take that hope die out. Hold on.
I have a hope die
He
too.
has his hope.
Yeah, he has a hope die. I'm the only one who doesn't.
That was a 6.
No
that
ones.
was-
The only 6. No ones.
Okay.
3, 2, 5. 5.
Okay, I did not win narrative control, so what do you see?
So it's like as we've riddled like the front of this building, and he's looking, he's like, and you can still hear gunfire. He starts to look around, and he notices that there's like a dull gleam of light in a few of the other homes that are nearby, and there's this dawning feeling that they were right in the middle of something, and the growling from the dog continues to get louder. Guys, don't know why the dog ain't calming down.
John's thinking, I think I know why. What did you see? What did you see earlier, Dharma?
What did I see when?
What hit the car before?
Oh, you mean the thing that was on the roof?
Yeah.
Yeah, I started calling that Mr. Crab in my head. It looked like a cross between a crab and an octopus type thing, with like a mandible jaw, and yeah, it's probably about the size of like a Volkswagen Beetle, the old ones, not the shitty ones. Also, I would appreciate having a gun again. Somebody.
So, by the way, Glenn just sort of casually pushes the rifle from the back towards Dharma. It's just a very quiet thanks as he like says that. It's just like a he's not doing anything. He's just keeping watch. Not responsible that Dharma has a gun again. Nope.
So as you shove this gun forward, you look behind you. I keep forgetting who's driving.
Me.
Yeah.
Michael.
Yeah.
Michael,
Michael's
as you're steering through the darkness and the rain here, you see behind you what looks to be not one, not two, but 3 sets of headlights.
Fuck. All right. Thanks, Dharma.
Appreciate it.
Yeah, I'm gonna try and pot shot like maybe one of the tire. No, I'm aiming for the lights. I'm aiming for the lights on them. I'm not gonna try and kill any of them by my own hand. I'm gonna aim for the lights because whatever out there is making them growl. Go after an unlit target rather than a lit one, hopefully, or we'll find out. We'll see. Roll me, Hannah.
Not to mention
Please.
that they'll have a hell of a time with all these hazards if they can't see.
Yep. What?
You can get a hope die, right? You still roll the hope die?
Yeah, I have a hope
Yeah.
die.
Okay, well, the hope die is a 6 against 2 1s.
You guys are rolling 2.
Can I burn cowardly?
Is it your next card?
It's not my brink, it's my flaw. It's my next card. Can I burn cowardly? And it's just me blind firing now because I don't want to be spotted. Yeah, it's the like the most awkward thing, and he's just going to go through every bullet in the Colt blind firing just in the hopes that he can get them without being spotted.
Okay. Yeah.
The most elegant of solutions.
I was about to say, also because I ended up having, or I had the Colt initially, it would have been me just like, I can't shoot this here, and like chucking it back to him.
Yeah, I mentioned I took it off your lap when you started the car from booking it.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, re-roll me those ones, please.
5 and 6.
Oh,
2 6s.
Oh, shit.
Well, we get to maintain our $4 candles for a little longer.
Okay, you have control.
Assuming that the candles don't go out. Nope, they're still going strong.
Still going for now.
So it's him just he briefly pokes up, pales when he sees the headlights, because there's that moment of like in his head he's seen Dharma like get out the window, lean out, and like basically gangster style dish out one of these things, and he briefly feels like this moment of courage, and then he just sees it and pales and is back down, and just blind fires wildly towards them.
Nice.
And the only sound is like the bullets hitting through our own like thing. Because there is a window for like Hummers, right? Like the back window. So it's just our own back window crunching. But after it like blows out, there's several more that hit of a crunch, and he actually does manage to pop off the driver of one of the actual cars. Doesn't get the headlight for any of the others, but he pops the driver for the one that's foremost.
Okay.
So you blindly fire behind you. What you see in a flash of lightning is it's not... They don't appear to be like trucks or car vehicles of that sort. It looked like be like these big like dune buggies almost.
They're so stupid.
But you see it sort of turn off to the side as this man slumps dead on the steering wheel, and it flips, crashing alongside the road. But two more are still pursuing you.
I was just about to say, the question is, does the other one run into it or veer off the road because it just blindly friggin' wrenched over?
So John's gonna kind of partially get out of, like, have part of himself out the window, and he is going to fire the rifle at the tires of the car, of the vehicles.
Okay.
And he's going to try to be very malicious about it. So
Is he okay with this?
he's not happy about any of this, but he has no choice now because he has to keep us all alive, including himself.
I feel like I disappointed Daddy.
Yes, you did.
Yes, you did.
I rolled 3 6s.
Jesus.
So
Nice.
and 1 5. So I'm very proud of that roll.
Good for you.
Jeez, Jacky. Jeez.
You have complete control.
I would be very proud of this roll, but at the same time, I would be completely understanding if you magically roll like 5 6s. So John somehow seems to have had a little bit more careful aim and is more focused, and he's actively shooting the tires, blowing them out, and one of them eventually creams into the other and gives just probably enough time for our Hummer to get a bit of distance. But John will then get back inside. Everyone's back inside the Hummer.
Mm-hmm.
There's still that misty rain coming in through the hole from the ceiling, and he's gonna turn the safety on for the rifle, put it down, or actually remove the clip as well, set the rifle down, look, and then like angrily look at Dharma. What is wrong with you?
What? Why would you do that? Why?
So let me get this straight. We're alive right now, and you're upset about that.
I'm just gonna pet the dog.
We're alive because we're lucky.
I have to agree with Mike.
We're good. But here's
Let's
the
put
thing.
it this way. I would have been happier had we waited to see if there was going to be any funny business. You chose to jump the gun. You chose to jump the gun. Now we have this problem, and unfortunately, we could have at least have used some shelter for the night.
Wait, I'm sorry. We have what problem exactly? We've got dead people behind us that are going to be bleeding out on the road, which apparently it likes. So it's not going to be pursuing us right now because it's got other things that are not as difficult to kill to feast on.
So as they're like driving away, by the way, and she makes that point, it's just staring at the dog, seeing if it's settling.
Dharma, we don't have enough fuel to get to the next town.
How do you know that? How do you know what's going to be?
Do you even know where we
behind us.
are?
We don't know what's ahead of us.
Guys,
That's even worse.
What if there's not another town for like at least another 100 miles?
Dude, it's
Guys.
the south. There's another town. What is it, Glenn?
the dog ain't settling.
Fantastic.
Did we get all 3 of the cars or no?
I think we got all 3 of them.
We did.
They careened to each other.
I had narrative control to cream.
Yeah.
Which it's just like the dog ain't settling, and they're very casually peek to see if there's just like any headlights or anything before like ducking back down.
Dharma is going to stand in the back and like up through the opening in the roof with the gun that Glenn slipped her. Because, you know, while you guys can be pissed about it, whatever, we've got bigger shit to worry about right now. You guys can yell at me tomorrow when we're alive.
Ooh, that's dangerous predicament. Yeah, give me a roll, because unknown road and high water, yeah.
Yep.
And night, yeah.
2 ones.
Oh boy.
No successes, huh?
Got anything to burn?
Yeah, wrath.
I mean,
My vice, wrath.
that is technically applicable.
Um,
See, it's fucking safe out here. It's fucking yoink.
wrath. I can-
fucking nothing out here.
I'll burn my wrath, and while I'm not going to shoot my compatriots, I will just fire off a good 20 rounds into the darkness,
We're the best of people.
Okay.
screaming about how
John
much
is
I
even
fucking
now.
hate
John
them.
is fuming even
Like-
more.
Like Mike is just face palming so bad and like trying to pull back his probably now like super soaked and damp hair
Oh yeah, absolutely.
out of his eyes. Just
Reroll them ones.
Reroll the ones.
Mm-hmm.
Oh my god, Corey's gonna kill me if I light this damn place on fire. All right,
then don't light it on fire.
a 1 and a 3.
Shit.
I mean, we still saved one of those dice.
Yeah, but the scene ends. I think,
We're
'cause I
still
don't
the
think
scene
we have
ends, so we're
6.
down to 3 anyways.
Yeah.
Oh, fair.
That did not change any of our predicaments.
Did
Oh
not.
fuck. Okay, so what do we do?
Here we
What's
go.
happening? Truce.
Well, we have.
Only
Candles?
2 truths get to be told.
Yeah.
Yep.
So-
because one of the truths has to be we are alive.
So,
So
Well,
Dharma just gets the
Dharma.
1.
Dharma.
Yep.
Give me a truth.
Dharma gets the 1. Yeah.
I mean, yeah, there's a lot of different options.
Yep.
The funniest one, Dharma gets snatched. everything's fine.
I mean, no. The funniest one is the car crashes from the front while she's out like at top. Like everything is fun.
That would just be the best.
Josh, I don't know the like physical characteristics of this thing that we are supposed to be fighting. So if I want to say something like upon firing and seeing the sky being lit up by the storm, Dharma sees off to the side and then behind them like a much larger lumbering figure. Is that like within the realm or the scope of what this could be?
Absolutely.
Yeah, so Dharma's gonna see something that's probably the size of like a small building off in the distance, moving.
Okay. And for now,
And we are alive.
We're alive.
Oh, I thought there was one more.
Nope, it's just
We
one.
are alive.
oh, you have 3 candles, don't we? That's right.
Yeah. So I was gonna say like
So I get 1.
Yeah.
Yeah, you get
Oh.
one, and then that's it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's why I'm like, I know there's one more. It's just we're not going to like it. Well, we will probably like it, but it's not going to be good.
I'm still alive somehow, despite all of our mutual.
And you made a
making it work.
friend.
One
You
of
made a friend. Oh, hi, Shaggy and Scoob.
one of you is not going to make it out of this vehicle alive.
That's definitely me.
Did you say
so-
one of you is not?
One of you is not going to make it out of this vehicle alive.
Okay.
Okay.
And we are alive.
And we are alive.
We are alive.
Are we at this point? How many candles are we at? 3?
3. Yeah.
Okay.
Yep.
So, Dharma, you begin to spray out into the darkness and look up, and that flash of lightning. You see a massive creature. It's almost mind-boggling that something so large could possibly exist. You see its eyes bearing down on you as you all move. And its gait is so long that it has no problem keeping up with the speed of your vehicle. From all around, you can hear those chittering, almost rhythmic callings that were mimicked back on the highway, as if they're singing some sort of song between them, all in unison.
Dharma is going to slowly descend back into the car, where I'm assuming John and Michael and maybe even Glenn to some degree are still chastising her for blowing up the old lady. But
I mean, Glenn hasn't said shit about it so far. He's been petting the dog.
Stop talking. And she's just gonna start to shake, like go pale, shake. That was the first moment since they've been together that she actually knew that she was going to die.
And John will look up, still upset, but just look at that reaction. What's wrong, Dharma? I doubt it's the guilt.
She's gonna just point like out the back of the car. Tears are just streaming down her face.
So John's gonna look out, probably see a little bit of that shadow, that silhouette from the casting of the lightning from the light of the lightning, and he just goes, "Well, fuck."
What? What are we looking at? What's the
Don't
problem?
don't
Just keep driving.
just keep driving, Mike.
And Glenn just like noticed all the bluster left Dharma, sees that reaction, and just is like leaning back, looking, petting the dog, and just like, this cannot be.
It's not good, Glenn. I'm sure
Well,
you
at
want to
least
take
I'm
a
not
picture. I'm sure you would want to take a picture of it, but
broken.
you don't want to.
It's just like a broken, and also, no, I'm just thinking I'm probably not gonna have to worry about antibiotics soon.
How far are we from the mountains, guys?
Hours. We're still hours from the mountains.
I don't think we have enough fuel to get there.
I don't think so either. If we're
I
talking
think it can
hours.
come up the mountain.
What can come up the mountain? What
Shut
are we
up
dealing
and keep
with?
driving.
Just keep driving. Did you see anything else up there besides that?
We're surrounded.
there's got to be a map or something in this vehicle. There's got to be something we can use to figure out where we are.
Did we check the visors? Did we check the backs of the seats?
So John's gonna
Console.
start. Yes, John's gonna look through the console area, see if there's any kind of either map or some kind of detail about like maybe where to go for emergency services or stuff like that. So I'm gonna roll and see where this nightmare takes me.
Okay.
And as you're doing this, Glenn's just very casually, because this probably has more flags or like bits of thrown around clothes. He's just carefully taking off his camera and just starts to wrap it in clothes.
Yeah,
and stuff that's like scattered around the truck.
I got a 6, no 1s. 1 6.
1 6. I get a lot of dice now.
Yeah, you got 7 dice.
Yeah, I got 3 6s.
Ooh, nice.
So, you're digging through the center console of this, and just finding a bunch of random crap, like old scratched off lottery tickets and receipts for items that were bought years ago, but for some reason are still sitting in this console. Things that I have in my console for some reason.
It is a redneck Hummer.
But you do find one of those old, like, large unfoldable maps you get from like a gas station. And oddly enough, you do actually also see what appears to be a road flare. Like one of those.
Mm-hmm. John's gonna take the road flare and the map. All right. Dharma, can you see the map and see if there's any place that might be close by, if you can figure out where we are? He's gonna hold on to the flare gun for a little while longer.
Okay.
Okay. So, looking on the map, it looks like we're on Highway 21. That makes about sense. I think we're on Highway 21. If we keep going, we're going to get to Augusta eventually, but we still probably have a good 8 hours before we start to get into some serious elevation changes. But at least once we're around there, we're going to be pretty inland. I don't know how long it's going to be able to follow us without water.
Well, it's raining right now, so it's got plenty.
Ain't gonna rain forever, though.
Saltwater, freshwater, like, what's? I mean,
don't know.
No, either.
Look, everything that's been going on, I know very little about. All right.
If we can, maybe what if we just got on 95? I don't think we're there yet.
Yeah, but 95 is going to have a lot of debris there.
That's true. I mean, we can stay on 17. It's definitely not as populated though. So if we're going to need food and fuel, we might have limitations, but if we go the way we're going, I think we'll hit Allendale probably within the hour. Once we go that way, we can probably just head north to Columbia instead of going to Augusta. That'd probably be closer to the mountains anyway.
Well, all right. Maybe the first town we find, let's actually stop.
Yeah.
Secure the Hummer, patch this up, and don't stay too long. They're out there.
Yeah, they are.
So, Michael,
If you want to switch, if you don't want to drive, one of us can start driving.
Yeah, you've been driving for
Take shifts.
a good while, Mike. Get some rest.
Yeah, but I don't think we can stop yet. Not according to you guys.
We can switch without having to stop.
With all the debris going on here, I don't think that's the wisest idea.
Okay.
All right. Let's.
If you guys ever think of a good point to stop, then I will gladly swap. But until then, you told me to floor it. I'm flooring it.
You know, I might have something that can at least help. And I mean, if you need to stay awake, you're having trouble, you can just always eat the raw coffee beans because I brought me a bunch.
Yeah, I remember.
I'm definitely not tired right now.
Oh yeah, no.
Michael, why don't you go ahead and let's make a conflict roll here to see if we can get to this next city without too much.
Sure. That is 1-6. But 2 successes. Yay!
Your hope dice?
Yeah.
Yeah.
So, you are all talking. You are looking down at the gauges on the front of your car, and you can see them start to shake a little bit. And then you feel the whole vehicle begin to shake periodically. And finally, looking back in the rear view, Michael, you do begin to see this massive fucking leg just plow into the cement behind you. And then another step forward as this thing grows closer and closer and closer towards you all. And each step shakes the very earth. But you've managed to stay ahead of it for the time being.
Hey Dharma, can I have like the last Colt bullets? I sort of went empty on the other vehicle.
She hands them to you.
Just very like carefully loading them in and just trying not to look at the window that often. Just,
I don't recommend it.
So is that what you didn't want to tell me about?
Yeah.
Figured it would save you some frayed nerves.
They're plenty frayed. Don't worry. He kind of jokingly like, I've been stuck in a room with you lot for like a week. I'm pretty sure they're as frayed as they're gonna get.
Yeah, I'm just hoping we at least make it somewhere so I can drop this camera off.
So
Yeah.
we should make it to Allendale. We should make it to Allendale. I mean,
Yeah.
we'll hit other small towns, but Allendale's probably gonna be the best one.
Right.
Hey Dharma, you said we could swap pretty easily while we're driving. Yeah.
Yeah.
Are you a good driver?
Yeah.
All right. Cool. You wanna try to swap with me real quick? I'm getting a little bit worn out.
Yeah. So the easiest way to do this is you need to Dharma's gonna kind of sit on the console, kind of like folded up, sitting on the console. You're just gonna scoot in front of the console into the other seat, and she'll just plop down into the driver's seat as you move past. Okay? Can I do that? Great. Do we need to roll for that, Josh?
Oh,
yeah.
There we go.
This is how we die.
Who's rolling?
This
Me or
is
her?
how-
I rolled, and you probably want to roll because that was bad.
What'd you roll, Hannah?
Rolled a 1, a 3, and a 4.
Oh, did you roll your hope die too?
Yeah,
Oh no.
yeah. The hope die was actually the 1, so that was awesome.
So
I mean, I don't know if you have your brink or not.
Well, I have my brink. I do, but if I burn my brink, then like
You just can permanently bring it forever and ever.
As long as you succeed on your brink, you can keep it, but you have to reroll all your dice.
Yeah, but if you fail, then
Then if you fail, then you lose it. You lose your hope die, and the scene ends.
But I mean, the scene's going to end anyways if you fail and you got no successes.
so. Basically, I have to go to the brink.
you don't have to, but you can.
Narratively, I should probably do that then. Okay.
And I don't know what your brink is, so I have no idea.
I
So
do.
we'll see how this plays out.
Oh god.
Jacky. Let me scroll back up. I want to make sure that I understand.
I have, yeah.
I'm just double checking. I wrote a synopsis. I just want to make sure that it was exactly what you had intended.
Mhm.
Oh no.
Just want you all to know that I understand what's about. I, Hannah, as a player, understand what's about to happen.
Oh no.
So it's okay. As we successfully, oh wait, do I need to roll again? I'm gonna
Yeah.
do this. So I re-roll my
Is it-
1, right?
Is it just the one or is it all the dice?
All of
All
them.
three
the
of them?
dice.
Mhm, all dice.
Wait,
all
all
four.
dice?
All 4?
All 4. Because you got the hope dice. So it should be a 3 and 1.
I didn't roll that last time. Okay, that's fine. I was down to die. What do I need? Six?
6.
A 6
1,
or a 5
6.
and 6 on your
Oh, I have a 5 and a 6.
hope dice.
I have a 4 on my hope dice.
So only one
And
6. Got it.
It's only
I've-
1 6.
yeah.
Okay.
So,
One success.
tell me how Dharma
Like-
sinks to her lowest point.
As Dharma sits into the driver's seat, the reality hits that they are all going to die, and there is no actual way through this. So she makes the decision to turn the car around and head toward
Whoa,
the creature.
Whoa. Dharma, what are you doing?
Dharma just floors it, keeps flooring it, just heading back.
Okay.
Doesn't answer.
So you all see the car suddenly spin around, and you start getting closer and closer to these massive appendages that were coming behind you now.
Dharma, turn
Dharma,
the car.
Don't turn the car
Dharma,
around,
turn the
Dharma.
car. And I
Ah.
take it she's not turning.
No, John is going to try and get a control of the steering wheel to try and change the path.
Okay.
So I'm gonna go ahead and roll.
Dharma ejects out of the car as you try to do that.
No successes and no ones.
I have to roll to eject, Josh.
One moment.
Oh boy.
Let's see here. We're down to 2 candles.
Yep.
So 2 candles, 2 dice, 2 truths.
John is going to kill Dharma.
Okay. And for the time.
And we are alive.
And we are alive.
For now.
For now.
Okay. Wow. Okay, Dharma, you are going to try to dive out the vehicle.
Yeah, I'm just gonna open the door because I'm not buckled in. Like when we switched,
Right.
like
Yeah.
she just sat down. So
Um,
I'm just gonna barrel roll out the door, going like what, 80 miles an hour?
yeah.
Probably.
Just a little road rash. No big
A
deal.
little bit.
Okay, God. I'm gonna truth and we have this. Just go ahead and roll me. Roll it up.
That's a one.
I think
and
we're
two
about to get a
sixes.
true.
Was it
Oh my
One
god.
and two sixes.
2
2
sixes?
6s and a 1.
Was
Jesus.
the one on the hope die or was it on the normal die?
No, I got a 6 on the hope die.
Oh, so we actually lost 1 dice. Oh god.
Yeah, you lost a die.
Oh my god.
Okay, so I have 1 narrative control, unfortunately for you.
It's all right.
So you do
We
reach
still
over
lost 1 dice. Oh boy.
and you grab at the handle, and as you're looking back to dive out, your friend, or who was once your friend, well, how do you want to handle this, Jacky? Because either way, you're going to perish
Yeah.
in this instance, Hannah.
Yeah.
I know.
Yeah.
I know, guys. I know.
He's gonna take that flare gun
Nice.
and he's going to jam it into one, not, I would say in the pocket, like one of the pockets of the pants, and fire it off as Dharma is midway leaving through the open door.
Okay.
He's probably gonna lose an arm for it because it's such a fast motion.
Yeah. So
Just real fast, narratively, who is going to be controlling the vehicle when this happens?
That's another problem.
nobody at this
I
point.
just really quick. I want to make sure we all get that right before I die.
Oh, yeah.
I
I'm
mean,
really
I
part of
guess
the
I'm gonna
story.
leap back in because I was like halfway across and then just suddenly you like.
You got into
Yeah.
the seat, like you were seated when that happened.
Oh,
So,
okay.
Yeah.
Dharma.
Well, I'm still the closest one to like. Ah,
Yeah,
shit.
you are.
You eject yourself the way you thought you were going to. You start to see the spinning or the whirling past of the road growing faster in your vision. And then there is a sharp pain and silence in your ears. What is Dharma's last thoughts?
Oh, that's right. We did this earlier.
What was
It's a
the-
scream into the void. That's right.
So you don't find any sort of peace,
No, she's
At
in
the end.
pain.
and you realize that the end is just the beginning of the pain. And you all watch in, I guess, mock horror as you see the body of Dharma roll against the ground, cut to shreds by the cement and the speed at which she strikes it. There's nothing more than a red streak as this car begins to careen itself down the road. And I believe when somebody dies, do we not put the candle out, if I remember correctly?
I can't
Not
remember.
rightly, no.
Not that I recall either.
Okay, well, we'll just keep going then. You guys are in a car and it's not stable.
Nope.
It's-
So, Mike, you want to take...
Oh yeah, I'm taking the wheel again.
Go ahead and roll that 1 dice.
I have 2.
yeah,
Oh
one-
yes,
Hope
that's
die.
right.
one
Yeah.
dice there.
My 2 die.
to attempt to take
Oh yeah,
control.
you have your hope die.
And it's 1-1, no successes.
Do you have anything to burn, please, Lord?
I'm trying to think. I could probably work compassionate into this.
Hey.
Maybe. Like I already lost one of you because I decided to take a break. I'm not gonna lose the rest of you. John, you need to get in the seat. I'm just trying to like hold the wheel and maintain some type of control.
All right. I guess then John has to get in, which
Is
probably
that good enough
prompts
to burn or no?
Yeah, go ahead. You can re-roll your one.
Oh, reroll the one. Okay, yeah.
Nope, no success.
So no success period.
No success period.
Oh boy, there goes that
Yeah.
candle. Well, there's only one other truth left.
One.
We are
We're
alive.
alive
Most of you.
for now.
Are we alive?
So
That we're not gonna
now
be.
in the last scene of the game.
Mm-hmm. We're at the last stand.
Yeah. So you reach forward to take control of the wheel, Michael. Unfortunately, you end up grabbing it and yanking it down too quickly. And it jackknifes and begins to topple over its end on end here across this hard pavement going 70, 80 miles per hour. With the door already swinging open as it is, you quickly find yourself tossed from the vehicle and crushed beneath it. Michael, with what breath you have left, what's going through your head? What's your last thoughts as your broken body lays splattered across the pavement?
I'm gonna tie this into my brink, because sure, why not?
Okay.
Finally, they have come for me. Let us be together at last.
And as you say that, you feel the humming, the song, this cacophonous chorus just enveloping your head. And you feel welcomed. You feel at peace. Before the darkness takes your vision away from the world. Now you other two. You lay in the twisted remains of this vehicle on the side of the road. And you hear this chorus of sounds drawing closer to you and louder, even through the rain as it strikes the earth. You know that they're on all sides of you. And there's nowhere to run.
In which case, I'm going to finish what I've been doing this entire time. So I take the little bundle I made for the camera, and I am tying it to the dog. I am going to open the back of the SUV, and then I'm going to turn around and put a bullet in Thatcher, because they're attracted to blood and any distraction I can provide to the dog, so some record of what is here can get away. They were drawn to blood from a moving vehicle. I can just buy myself a little time for that camera and the proof of what these things are to get away on the dog. I'm not getting out of here, I know that much. Incidentally, that is also my brink.
Yeah.
Because someone had decided to give me, I have seen you murder someone in cold blood.
Go ahead and roll your 2 dice, I guess.
Hey, Hannah.
I muted myself and everything because I wasn't part of this game anymore. Let me roll.
I don't belong anymore.
You get 2.
I have nothing to say to you.
I have
Do you want me to
2
roll
dice.
the hope die?
Oh
The-
yeah, I get
the
to
pretty
roll it
hope
because I
die?
haven't failed or anything yet. So I have my
So
pretty
3
hope die.
total.
Or 2. I have 2 dice
so
total. 'cause we
One
have
normal
1 dice.
and the hope die. Okay.
Yes.
Mhm.
My hope die is a level up die, and it's been doing pretty good tonight. So, that being said, you rolled a 2 and a 3.
I mean, that plays into my brink, so I get to re-roll it automatically. So let's roll and see if I can get a
Roll it
success
again?
here. Yeah.
I'm gonna roll 2 different die this time for you.
I'm sorry, Jacky.
No, you're fine.
That would be a 6 and a 4.
Hey.
Success.
Success.
The worst kind of success. I am legitimately sorry.
You okay with this, Jacky?
Oh yeah.
Okay.
Oh yeah.
Go ahead and narrate this for me, then, Arlie. Because I did not beat you. I didn't roll 1-6 at all.
Wow. Yeah. So this is Glenn. Just there's been this sinking feeling in the pit of his stomach for so long as we had been driving, and then it had gotten so much worse and profound when Dharma turned the truck around, and when it had finally careened and started to bang, that last shred of hope he had that they might be able to get this by with any of them surviving evaporated. And there's just this frigid resolve left as he crawls over to the dog, ties what he prepared to it, and then manages to stagger upright. And he just calls out to John, like, "Are you okay?" And the moment John starts to turn and give an answer, he raises the gun and pulls the trigger right in his face. And then he just starts to walk out into the rain, looking at everything around him, looking as the dog starts to peel away. And just aware that that message is there, he then carefully turns the gun to himself and pulls the trigger. Because he's not able to get away from it. He's aware of that, and he's aware of what they're drawn to. And honestly, no, it's the only way he has of leaving that behind.
So here in the South Carolina lowlands, during a massive storm in complete darkness, there's the crack of 2 gunshots going off. The sea of these creatures swarming towards these 2 downed bodies, whom they proceed to shred every bit of skin from the bone.
Done.
That is the end.
Is the end.
This is the end.
Oh my god, that was so great!
Wasn't it?
That was pretty great.
Yeah, I loved
This
it.
is why I love this game.
I'm actually sort of curious, what the hell was Dharma's brink?
Dharma's brink was that her desire to understand the creature kills 2 members of the party. or has killed 2 people. The way Jacky wrote it, it was some kind of like, I kind of interpreted that to be somewhat ambiguous, that it could be that 2 people currently die or 2 people have died.
Right.
But since you guys weren't like fighting me for the guns and you didn't like make a big stink about that, I was like, I bet this is in the future. So.
Yep.
I mean, it's the way I understood Brinks is it's something that can either play in or something another character is aware of. Anyone who writes the Brink for you is aware of that Brink or can be.
Yeah. So since John wasn't being like, oh, Dharma's, you know, crazy or she's unhinged or something has gone wrong, she's had her issue. I just interpreted that to mean that her desire to understand would jeopardize the party.
I mean, I do like that Thatcher technically pulled off my Brink.
Yeah.
Such a good one.
Yeah, that is a good one. And I was like, I think for mine it was about twisting the knife and being sadistic about it, and so I'm just so it's just hilarious because I was like, and because it was either going to be me or Glenn, where someone's going to have to have a very vicious death.
Josh, what did you think?
It was very interesting.
The dog lived. Here's the thing. Here's the
Josh!
important thing. The dog lived.
The dog lived. Yeah.
The dog was the hero.
First half was the adventures of Scooby-Doo and friends,
Yeah.
and then it slowly turned
Or the
into,
misadventures of Scooby-Doo and friends.
the misadventures of Scooby-Doo and friends.
It was a good time to see us all just start to push this plot towards something darker. And that's when I get more excited about it, because then I realize that it's actually storytelling. It's not, 4 PCs who are going to push the story to any point where they're going to try to succeed at every stop and turn, When you guys
I think we mostly made it worse. The thing we got the best
yeah.
success on was hosing the old woman.
And that's the point, it's just tragedy.
Yeah.
It was great though. It's
Yeah.
that one moment of serendipity followed by everything going to shit right after.
Yeah.
Yeah, it was like this nice. Oh yeah, no, it's going fine. Look, Lana.
There
The
was,
last
like-
candles of us.
There's just enough optimism that there was an illusion that we would
Well, and
survive.
that's the thing about tragic horror is like a lot of the characters themselves will try to find some brightness in that darkness because they have to, because even in the game PDF, it talks about you as players are fully aware that at the end of this game, these characters are absolutely 100% going to die. So your characters, even when you portray them, you have to still assume there is a semblance of hope in your characters. And they tell you that in the game PDF. And so, that's how we start. And the funny thing is, when we start with those 10 candles, there is that little bit of, oh yeah, it's fine. We got 10 dice to roll. We're pretty okay. We should be fine. And as once we got to the 5 candles part, that's when the
It
reality
really starts to sink in, and we still managed to get some good stuff, and we started to get optimistic, and that's just like,
We stayed at 4 candles for so long.
Yeah, you did.
Well, the 8 was also the longest too.
Yes,
8 and
it
4
was.
were the longest candles.
Yeah,
I
we
was
did
like,
so
really?
good for 8.
How?
8 was like a good solid hour.
It was.
Like we stayed at 8 for almost an hour.
I mean, but
and
to
then,
be
And then
fair-
every time I rolled, I just messed it up.
I mean, but to be fair, I think like 3 of you ended up using one of your virtues at Candlelight
Yeah.
just to keep it going. So
yeah.
Also,
I mean, that was fair. I
curse
didn't
you,
burn through all my
Dharma.
traits.
What did Dharma do that was so wrong?
I was going to roll for the swap over, and I was going to actually sack myself.
That
Essentially,
was-
like, okay,
Well, so I was thinking about
you're in the
sacking myself
seat?
first too.
Yeah.
I was
I
thinking
was
because that's why I kept the
you're in
flare
seat?
gun.
Okay, cool. Grab the flare gun, jump out the car, go.
Well, that was my thing. I had the flare gun still, so I was thinking about getting ready to make that sacrifice. Like once we got to town, like if we need, probably John was gonna stay behind and give you guys the chance to get out.
Yeah, and like there was like originally still that hope and like, oh, we might still get away, which like the Brink was already like, is it here when Dharma was still in the car driving us towards and hadn't jumped out yet? Is it like is she just not is she just gonna stay there and keep driving towards it because he would have shot her if she'd stayed there? But it's just
Yeah.
like,
Yeah.
Yeah.
yeah,
Well, and the card on top for me was my vice still, so I haven't had the opportunity to wean it in, to fit it in, because I succeeded a couple of times when I rolled. So I was like, I can't really use it here. So it's like, and I didn't roll any ones, so I was like, all right, I can't really use it here. But then because if I had gotten rid of it, I could have used that moment. I could have got my moment, and then on one of our next scene buildups, and then I could have had it even more tragic, because then it's like, I find my kids, it's not a good find.
yeah. I love that
I was
we
really
made it
trying
really.
to avoid dead kids.
I think it was
know.
also like an interesting thing where it's just like there was that really nasty pause when it was just like, if your kids are at the base, we just had to, like, the characters came to terms like, your kids are probably dead.
Yeah.
That was
I thought about
actually
that
rough.
after, like, Dharma, like, was that super definitive, like, if you're on the coast, you're dead, if you're on Paris Island, you're dead, and, like, just kind of rumbled through it and was like, in the back of my mind, I'm like, oh, shit.
Yeah, that was part of why, like, Glenn just went quiet and then was just, like, petting the dog.
I think that was, like, that moment where we all just came to that, like, our characters came to that realization and having to accept that reality. That was just fantastic. I think that was, like, a great moment.
This is a great game.
It is.
Yeah.
It's
Yeah.
very intriguing.
And I can appreciate how it will be different every time you play it.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
See, I was sort of curious because loosely interconnected things, and we actually managed to leave a small record of us for whoever goes through this next to go
Yeah.
and find. Yeah.
This is true.
Ruh-roh,
This is
guys.
Oh, guys.
Ruh-roh.
Ruh-roh.
Okay.
Why is there a
Alright.
The
walking
interconnecting
camera?
piece. There's a dog in every one of them.
little dog with its little, like, fucking dirty
Oh,
shirt
no, it's-
tied around it.
It's Fred's scarf. No.
We,
Oh no.
We have been live for over 4 hours, so I think it's time that we take a step off here. But I want to thank everybody for coming by and watching. I think we did our intros at the beginning, so it's just do this right and fade to black. Okay, so you all have a wonderful night, and we'll see you next Sunday for the next group of people. Good night.